Chapter 21, A Fearsome Cooperation Between Giants. Chapter 21, A Fearsome Cooperation Between Giants. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Kurisu. Venerable White wasn't the only one related to him, because there was even a deeper relationship between Song Shuhang and the loose cultivator Li Tiansu. If they were to find a cure for Li Tiansu's daughter, Venerable White wouldn't mind bringing it back. After hearing this much, Song Shuhang touched his chest. Perhaps the ghost spirit wasn't interested in those for paintings merely because the key to the forbidden area was hidden within. Maybe it reacted that way because the cure to Li Tiansu's daughter's disease was within the forbidden area as well. But what was Li Tiansu's daughter's current situation? Was she still alive? Senior, this Chu will thank you in fellow Daoist Li Tiansu's stead, Chu Kangwa said resolutely. Then, he stood up and said, this Chu has a detailed map of the forbidden area fellow Daoist Li discovered, as well as the details up to the point the two of us explored. After we return to the Chu family, I'll give the map and the notes I took to you two seniors. Although they weren't able to reach the entrance of the forbidden area the first time they tried to explore it, Chu Kangwa still noted down all the dangers they encountered during the journey. Venerable White smiled and said, in that case, you can give me the map tomorrow when I come as a guest to your Chu family with the other fellow Taoists. That is also fine. I'll return first and settle the chaos inside the Chu family. Then, I'll wait for the arrival of fellow Taoists and seniors, Chu Kangwa said. After saying this much, Chu Kangwa headed toward the Chu family with the 4 paintings of the sword technique. He had to bring the lost treasure back and restore the order inside the family. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. After Chu Kangwa left, Softfeather pulled Song Shuhang and her senior brother Liu Jianyi along and started to explore the smelted cave. The smelted cave was that Mr.'s secret base. Therefore, there were some treasures lying around. In the end, Softfeather and Song Shuhang indeed found some treasures. Countless barrels of fresh blood, scary patches of human skin with runes engraved upon them, as well as some mechanical puppet parts and a few spirit stones. The smelted cave seemed to be a temporary dwelling of that Mr. and thus didn't have many precious things. Softfeather, Song Shuhang, and Liu Jianyi divided the small number of spirit stones and used a fire technique to destroy the skin and the fresh blood. As soon as the trio returned to the entrance of the smelted cave, they heard Venerable White saying, fellow Daoist Spirit Butterfly, Song Shuhang and I have to prepare the track for the race. Therefore, we'll take our leave. Track for the race? What track for the race? Softfeather asked out of curiosity. Venerable White smiled and explained, I assembled the fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces #1 group because I wanted to hold a hand-guided tractor competition. Therefore, I have to prepare a very interesting track where we can race. Venerable Spirit Butterfly was surprised. What? A hand-guided tractor competition? Immediately after, Venerable Spirit Butterfly imagined the scene where the fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces #1 group were sticking out their butts and shaking left and right along the rumbling hand-guided tractors. Just thinking about it makes me laugh. It's going to be an amusing scene. Softfeather raised her hand and said, Ahaha, I know. After all, Venerable White sent some pictures recently. I'm sure that this hand-guided tractor competition will be very interesting. Song Shuhang. When did Senior White send pictures to the group? I've accompanied him all the time, and yet, I didn't notice anything. Yes. I also find the idea of holding a hand-guided tractor competition very interesting. Venerable White nodded and added, fellow Daoist Spirit Butterfly, do you want to participate as well? Venerable Spirit Butterfly gently smiled and said, I thank fellow Daoist White for the invitation, but certain matters at the Spirit Butterfly Island require my presence. Therefore, I'll have no choice but to take a rain check on the competition. He was the cool and handsome Venerable Spirit Butterfly. He didn't want to associate himself with hand-guided tractors or the likes. Father, I want to participate. I want to stay here. Softfeather quickly said. The corner of Venerable Spirit Butterfly's eye faintly twitched. However, he couldn't bear to let his daughter down. After all, he already enjoyed that disposable meteor sword in her stead. Such being the case, he couldn't prevent her from participating in the hand-guided tractor competition. Fine, but behave and don't cause trouble for the seniors of the group. Otherwise, I'll immediately come over and bring you back to the Spirit Butterfly Island. Venerable Spirit Butterfly pampered his daughter. Father is the best. I love you, Soft Feather said with a smile. Venerable Spirit Butterfly's mood improved by 1,000 points. Now that his mood was very good, Venerable Spirit Butterfly patted his chest and said to Venerable White, Fellow Deist White, I remember that the affair on the Spirit Butterfly Island is not so urgent. Therefore, what if I help you arrange the track for the race before I go back? After all, I have a certain experience in arranging roads and similar matters. After all, Venerable Spirit Butterfly personally devised the whole layout of the Spirit Butterfly Island. Therefore, he knew well how to modify the racetrack to make it more exciting. After hearing this much, Venerable White's mood also improved by 1,000 points. That's great. In that case, let's work together and create the most exciting and amusing racetrack ever. The first hand-guided tractor competition of the world of cultivators must leave a beautiful and everlasting memory in everyone's minds. Fellow Deist White, that's precisely what I was about to say, Venerable Spirit Butterfly said with a smile. Venerable White smiled as well. One of the smiles was incredibly handsome, and the other extremely gentle and beautiful. It was such a picturesque scene. Song Shuhang quietly turned around and prayed for the seniors of the 9 provinces #1 group. 2 seniors of the venerable rank were working together to create an exciting and unforgettable race track. This fearsome collaboration between 2 giants wouldn't give any chance of survival to the participants. I wish for the seniors of the group to have fun. Should I wish ahead of time for them to receive eternal glory after their deaths? Song Shuhang didn't want to have anything to do with this hand-guided tractor competition. He was still hoping to live for a few more years. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. On another side, the efficiency of True Monarch Yellow Mountain subordinates was very high. Brand new hand-guided tractors were quickly delivered in front of the various fellow Taoists, lined up in rows and covering the whole area in front of the grievance settling platform. Moreover, tools to modify vehicles, tools to refine weapons, special ink and brushes to engrave formations, and talisman papers were delivered as well to meet the needs of each fellow Daoist. Additionally, there was a chest with medicinal pills and a wooden box with a treasure inside. These were the gifts the fellow Taoists of the group and Yellow Mountain himself wanted to give to Song Shuhang. Inside the wooden box was the treasure True Monarch Yellow Mountain wanted to give to Shuhang for taking care of Dudu all this time, a set of magical clothing of the 2nd stage rank, the Emerald Green Kasaya. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 22, Song Shuhang, How Come It's You Again? Chapter for 22, Song Shuhang, How Come It's You Again? Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Kurisu. In one of the branches of the Limitless Demon Sect, one of the puppets of the Mister arrived at the branch and carried out the transaction. It handed over a high-quality blood sea jade and carried off a sealed package from the branch of the Limitless Demon Sect. Inside the package was the Blood God's evil saber formation used to condense the lifebound Blood God saber. After taking the package and leaving the branch of the Limitless Demon Sect, the puppet hid its presence and disappeared from the line of sight of the disciples of the Limitless Demon Sect. After reaching a faraway place, the puppets cast a glance upward. The connection with Shilan was interrupted. That arrogant guy died? From the looks of it, it wasn't too wise to steal the 4 paintings with that sword technique. The smelted cave must have been compromised too. I can't return there for the time being, the puppet said hoarsely. Useless trash, he wasn't even able to discover the secret hidden within that sword technique. Luckily, they managed to obtain the formation to condense the lifebound Blood God saber. Hence, they didn't suffer an excessive loss. After pondering for a moment, the puppet turned around and stealthily headed toward China's coastal area. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Not long after the puppet left, Demon Monarch Unji's clone arrived at the branch of the Limitless Demon Sect to take the Blood Sea Jade. This piece of blood sea jade could barely replace the blood god crystal, allowing demon monarch Anji, young Master Hai, and Zhengneng to have a certain confidence in condensing a golden core with 7 dragon patterns. Very soon, young Master Hai's clone took the blood sea jade from Anji's clone. Not bad, the quality is pretty high. Although that the Mr. is a disgusting fellow, he's a fine business partner, young Master Hai's clone said with a smile. Alright, I'll use the projecting technique to thank him. While I'm at it, I'll warn him about that Miss Choo Choo. There was a chance that the Choo Choo swinging the treasured saber-broken tyrant and that stressed by a mountain of books that was giving him a headache were the same person. If that was really the case, that Mr. had to be careful. After all, several powerful seniors were helping this stressed by a mountain of books. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. In the sky. Venerable Spirit Butterfly operated the cloud-shaped magical treasure and sped toward the coastal area. At this time, the two venerables were discussing and pondering how to build an innovative racetrack for the hand-guided tractor competition. Venerable White decided to hold the competition in the coastal area. The first part of the racetrack would be on land, while the latter half on the surface of the sea. Venerable Spirit Butterfly laughed. Ahaha, fellow Daoist White's imagination is really something else. Cleaving through wind and waves on the surface of the sea seems much more exciting than driving on land. Venerable White continued, additionally, I was planning to bury some landmines on the land section of the racetrack and conceal their presence with formations. It's not like the fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces No. 1 group will be injured by such a weapon with their strength. At most, it will destroy the tires of their tractors and make the competition more exciting and difficult. It's a good idea. Adding some modern gadgets will make the competition even more enjoyable. Venerable Spirit Butterfly clicked his tongue in admiration and said, but has fellow Daoist White already prepared the landmines? Not yet. But I've read about them, and the principle behind is rather easy to understand. I think I can manufacture a few of them myself, Venerable White said full of confidence. After hearing this much, the nearby Song Shuhang got goosebumps. My God! Venerable White's handmade landmines? Would the seniors of the 9 provinces No. 1 group be able to survive those things? Perhaps Senior Medicine Master will need to prepare several more beds. No, I have to stop Senior White from doing something so dangerous. Just as Song Shuhang was planning to step forward and save the lives of the seniors of the 9 provinces No. 1 group. Venerable Spirit Butterfly laughed and said, fellow Daoist White, you don't need to trouble yourself. If we're talking about landmines, I have many of them in my stock. Not only landmines, but I also have several torpedoes that can be hidden in the sea section to make things more exciting. Venerable White's eyes immediately lit up. Fellow Daoist Spirit Butterfly, it was a very good idea to involve you in this matter. Aha waha! Fellow Daoist White is overpraising me, Venerable Spirit Butterfly said with a smile. At the same time, he secretly held his thumb up in approval behind his back. He had no other choice. After all, his beloved daughter was going to participate in the hand-guided tractor competition as well. Therefore, how could he let Venerable White use something as spary as his handmade landmines? Therefore, if he had to go to the neighboring states to steal landmines and torpedoes, he was willing to do it. Moreover, he would choose the ones that made a lot of noise but had low destructive power. Song Shuhang clenched his fists with excitement. It was indeed a very good idea to involve Venerable Spirit Butterfly in this matter. Song Shuhang's favorable impression of Venerable Spirit Butterfly increased by 10,086 points. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Very soon, Venerable Spirit Butterfly's cloud reached the coastal area. Afterward, the two venerables started to prepare the racetrack enthusiastically. Softfeather didn't go with them. According to her, there was no point in participating in the competition if she knew beforehand where the traps were positioned. Miss Softfeather was a girl that lived for the thrill. Song Shuhang gazed into the distance. The sound of the two venerables laughing and discussing reached his position from time to time. Venerable Spirit Butterfly said, how about placing a trap that makes one return to the starting point here? fellow Daoist White can place one of his disposable flying swords here, and all the fellow Daoists that enter the range of the trap will be picked up along the tractor and brought to the starting point. It seems good. Moreover, we can arrange other traps or boosts with similar features on the road. For example, we can place traps that will make the participants hover in place for 10 seconds, something similar to a forced pause, or a few boosts that can allow them to advance of, let's say, 1,000 meters by relying on the features of disposable flying swords. Venerable White made other examples. We might as well place maintenance tools, spare tires, and similar things on the edge of the road as boosts, allowing the participants whose tires exploded to keep competing. Such being the case, how about several boosts consisting in formations that can increase one's speed by 10 times? How about placing the perpetual version of the exploding lightning art in here? A large explosion would give a start to the technique, and lightning would randomly start to rain from the sky. All the participants entering the affected area would have to try their best to dodge the lightning. It's a very good method to test the reaction time and driving skills of the participants. Not bad. While we're at it, we can use a technique that makes earth spikes pop out from the ground. The length shouldn't be too big, and its aim should be to destroy the hand-guided tractors of the participants. The two venerables kept discussing and got more and more ideas. Their imagination was running wild and seemed like an endless and unstoppable stream. The ideas they were coming up with were likewise getting scarier and scarier. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Song Shuhang lit several candles for the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group. Soft Feather, remember to wear a powerful armor with strong defensive abilities while participating in the competition. Song Shuhang turned his head around and gave a heartfelt advice to Soft Feather. Soft Feather's strength was much lower than the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 groups. Therefore, she had to properly pay attention to her safety while racing on that dangerous race track. I know. Thanks for your concern, Senior Song. Soft Feather smiled and said, then, I'll prepare a powerful armor for you as well. What? For me? Song Shuhang was stunned. Then, he quickly waved his hand and said, no need, no need. I won't participate in the competition. Senior Song won't participate? Soft Feather blinked her eyes and said, that's a pity. I think that Senior Song will regret not participating in such an exciting competition. Ah ha ha ha, this exciting and explosive competition is not too suitable for me. I prefer competitions that are slightly more relaxed and easygoing. Song Shuhang forced a smile. There was no way he would regret something like that. On the contrary, what he would regret for a lifetime was participating. I have the feeling that Senior Song will surely participate in the competition at the appointed time. I have this premonition. Soft Feather said. Song Shuhang. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I shouldn't mind what she said, let's hope for the best. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Just as the two of them were chatting, Soft Feather suddenly stopped. Then, she stretched out her hand and took out a crystal from her size-reducing purse. This crystal was something that she and Song Shuhang retrieved from the smelted cave of Mr. Shilan. Since she found the crystal very beautiful, Soft Feather decided to take it with her. Soft Feather said in puzzlement, strange, it almost feels as though this crystal is sending some sort of signal. At this time, the nearby Liu Jianyi stretched out his neck and shot a glance at the crystal. Similar crystals were used by ancient cultivators to communicate amongst them. Their effects aren't bad, and they can project the illusory picture of the other person in the air. However, it would waste quite a lot of mental energy and spirit stones to use them. After the introduction of mobile phones, these gadgets were slowly abandoned. I didn't expect that there was someone still using them. Soft Feather, place a spirit stone below the crystal to open the communication channel. Soft Feather nodded and took out a spirit stone, placing it below the crystal. Buzz, buzz, buzz tilde. As soon as it found a source of energy, the crystal reacted. A ray of light came out of the crystal and projected an image right in front of Song Shuhang. The image started to slowly take shape until it transformed into the figure of an elegant man. The man had a confident smile on his face and was fiddling with the red-colored gem in his hands. The connection finally went through. It seems you're really busy lately, mister. The reason I contacted you this time was mainly to thank you for trading a very high quality blood CJ with what the F*CK? The elegant figure stopped halfway through its cool speech and suddenly raised its head, gazing at the bald and gentle-looking youth in front of it. When the other person saw this baldy, he couldn't help but let out a F*CK. The elegant figure managed to calm itself with much difficulty. Afterward, it heaved a sigh and said, "How come you're here?" Although he had shaved his head, he could still recognize this young man. Song Shuhang caressed his big bald head and said, "I wasn't expecting to see you here, either. Young Master Hai." This guy named a Young Master Hai, he was literally everywhere. Moreover, it seemed that there was some relationship between him and this mister. Was it possible that he had a hand in these matters regarding that sword technique, the Chu family, and the illusory sword school? First, he destroyed the Moon Saber sect, and now, he destroyed the illusory sword school as well. Doing such a thing was really in the style of this young Master Hai, a cruel and merciless fellow with many tricks up his sleeve. The nearby Softfeather asked out of curiosity, "Senior Song, do you know this guy?" "I don't really know him, but I know that he's called Young Master Hai. Recently, he made Senior Su Clan 7 very angry, and he's now hiding from him to avoid getting chopped. I bet he's hiding inside the Limitless Demon sect, not daring to come out," Song Shuhang said harshly. He didn't have any favorable impression of this young Master Hai. "Ha ha!" Young Master Hai made a hollow laugh and said, "Since fellow Daoi stressed by a mountain of books is there, that mister should be already dead, right?" "Yes." The corner of Song Shuhang's rose as he said, "We already thoroughly dismantled that mister." Dismantled? Young Master Hai was having some difficulties visualizing how one could die from dismantling. Did they tear his body in several parts? Anyway, it seemed that Mr. was more unfortunate than fortune and met a very bad end. It was a pity though. Although that guy was repugnant, he was a very good business partner, of course, that was as long as one wasn't swindled by his words. Young Master Hai felt like a fox grieving for the death of the rabbit. "Don't worry. Senior 7 will soon send you where that mister is right now. You don't need to be sad for him," Song Shuhang said. Young Master Hai gently smiled and said, "Hee, fellow Daoi stressed by a mountain of books, you don't need to worry about me, it's not easy to kill me by relying on Brother 7's skills." "Softfeather, did you record what he just said?" Song Shuhang turned his head around and asked. Softfeather stretched out her hand and made an OKR gesture. It was unknown when she took out her phone and started to record the conversation between young Master Hai and Song Shuhang. "In a while, after we're done processing the video, we'll send it to Senior 7. This guy is so full of himself and unexpectedly dares to look down on our Senior 7. He's the type that doesn't recognize death until it is in front of him," Song Shuhang said. "No problem Tilda, I'm also sure that Senior 7 can kill him very easily," Softfeather replied. Young Master Hai. Hee. Is something the matter? Mr. Young Master Hai? After saying this much, Song Shuhang gestured to Liu Jianyi, hinting him to bring here the two venerables that were happily discussing how to build the racetrack. Perhaps they had the means to find where young Master Hai was hiding through the connection he had with the crystal. There is not much left to say, and I better leave before your guardian comes back as to avoid him locking onto my position. Young Master Hai faintly smiled, and his figure started to become transparent. Just as he was about to disappear, he said to Song Shuhang, "Fellow Daoi stressed by a mountain of books. I'll leave the Blood God crystal in your hands for now. In a while, I'll come to get it back." "Then, you should hurry up," Song Shuhang said. "Because I'm going to trade it soon." Young Master Hai. At last, young Master Hai's figure disappeared without a trace left. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 23, Senior Song's Expression Package. Chapter for 23, Senior Song's Expression Package. Translator, Stardew 5T Editor, Karisu. After young Master Hai disappeared, Song Shuhang looked more peaceful. He rubbed his temples. That young Master Hai was a huge bother without a doubt, and truth be told, Song Shuhang did not want to have anything to do with people like him. Dealing with such a treacherous, vicious, and merciless fellow with a high IQ would cause one to feel mentally and physically exhausted. These sinister and deceitful fellows were too far away from Song Shuhang's lifestyle. From the looks of it, he had to quickly trade the Blood God Crystal with Senior 7 Lives Talisman and let young Master Hai switch his target to Senior 7 Lives Talisman. According to what Song Shuhang understood from Venerable White's words previously, Senior 7 Lives Talisman had a huge power backing him, and exterminating the powerful penniless thief sects was something that it could do very easily. Soft Feather, can you lend me your phone? I want to access my instant messaging account, Song Shuhang asked Soft Feather. His phone was confiscated by Venerable White, who was helping him change it to a phone that could work all around the world. However, Song Shuhang speculated that Venerable White was taking precautions against him so as to avoid him notifying the other seniors in the chat group in advance. Because if he notified them about it, the meteor shower plan wouldn't be perfect anymore. Wait for a moment, let me send the recording to Senior Su Clan 7 first. Soft Feather's slender finger quickly swiped on the screen and sent the recording of young Master Hai's earlier words to Su Clan 7. As soon as Su Clan 7 received the video, his anger would rise by 100 points and his destructive power by 300 times. The Limitless Demon Sect was probably going to lose even more branches and branch leaders. It was something to be happy about. After Soft Feather sent the message, she logged out of her account and passed her phone to Song Shuhang. Thank you. Song Shuhang took the phone and hurriedly logged into his own account. When Song Shuhang logged into his own account, there were 999 new unread messages from the 9 provinces #1 group. Song Shuhang casually opened the group chat. Soon after, his eyes lost the light. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. All kinds of Senior White's expressions flooded the chat. The profile pictures of the seniors in the group had also been changed to various kinds of expressions of Venerable White. Venerable White with 2 ponytails, Venerable White with 1 ponytail, Venerable White with a bun, Venerable White with a top knot, Venerable White with ancient Chinese royal court hairstyle. He almost thought that all the seniors in the group had become Senior White second accounts. After that were the chat logs. An adorable Senior White, a bashful Senior White, a cute Senior White, a praying Senior White, a sad Senior White, a Senior White that was breaking out in a cold sweat, a smiling Senior White, Venerable White's disdainful look, Senior White's blessings, Senior White's anger. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Deep breaths, deep breaths. Just as he guessed for a long time, Soft Feather had really sent the Senior White's expression package to the group, therefore, he had already mentally prepared himself to see all kinds of Senior White's emotes as soon as he opened the group chat. However, when he actually saw all those dazzling Senior White's emotes, Song Shuhang felt that the amount of mental preparation he'd done was too low. He was practically about to collapse from the first psychological blow. If one did not court death, he would not die. It was such a simple logic, yet why were the seniors in the group chat just unable to understand it? Was it possible that Senior Thrice Reckless Mad Saber and Immortal Master Copper Trigram had stealthily influenced the entire group of seniors and increased their courting death value? As he continued scrolling down through the chat logs, Song Shuhang realized that the fellow Taoists in the group had started a proper plan to discuss how to modify hand-guided tractors. However, every now and then, there were still some seniors who thought that since they were already in dire straits, they might as well just continue down the path of self-destruction by frequently sending some Senior White emotes in the 9 provinces #1 group. For example, Fairy Lychee, who absolutely adored using the Senior_White_cute emote, had already been hooked on them. She practically could not stop. For another example, there was a shady fortune teller who kept using the Senior_White_look_down emotes. That emote was mostly sent by Immortal Master Copper Trigram and Northern River's Loose Cultivator. Last but not least, there was a senior named Thrice Reckless, who had already been transformed into a baboon, that fancied using the Senior_White_smile emote. Or perhaps they assumed that Senior White's punishment had already ended with the meteor shower, and since he had already punished them, there wouldn't be a second punishment and they could send Senior White's emotes to their heart's content. They were too naive. Song Shuhang decided to sit and wait until a video of the above-mentioned seniors being sent to outer space as minors popped out. Deep breaths. Continue taking deep breaths. Song Shuhang said to Soft Feather, "Soft Feather, did you make this expression package?" "Yes." "Senior Song, I did a pretty good job, right?" Soft Feather stared at Song Shuhang with her big twinkling eyes, her expression saying, "I am awesome, quick, compliment me." "Very good, indeed." Song Shuhang forced a laugh. After struggling to suppress his emotions, Song Shuhang tapped on Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman's profile picture and sent him a message, "Senior 7 Lives Talisman, when do we meet? I need to trade the Blood God Crystal with you." Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman quickly responded, "Little friend Shuhang, don't be in such a hurry. Didn't Senior White say in the chat group today that he wanted to organize a hand-guided tractor competition? Earlier, Senior White happened to inquire if I was in the Pacific Ocean and also asked me for my coordinates. He wants to arrange the race track so that the final section ends up in the Pacific Ocean. Hence, he needs my help. Little friend Shuhang, you're definitely joining the competition, right? Let's meet at the finishing line then." Song Shuhang hurriedly replied, "No, no, no, Senior 7 Lives Talisman, I am not joining the competition." Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman replied, "Eh? Little friend Shuhang, you're actually not joining the competition? Doesn't it clearly feel like an interesting event? But no problem, you don't have to join the competition. You can tag along with the audience, taking a flight-type treasure to come over. I heard that Senior White had invited a lot of fellow Taoists to be the audience and judges of this competition. In that case, I will quietly join the audience and see you at the finishing line, Senior 7 Lives Talisman." Song Shuhang heaved a sigh of relief. To assure the safety of this little cultivator surnamed Song, he definitely would not join the competition. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. After ending the conversation with Senior 7 Lives Talisman, Song Shuhang logged out of his account and prepared to pass the phone back to Soft Feather. However, when he got out of the login page, Song Shuhang suddenly saw that Soft Feather had another folder on her home. Having a folder on the home of your phone was a very ordinary thing. Everyone's phone more or less had some folders. Also, folders usually contained private secrets. A good man like Song Shuhang would never secretly intrude upon other people's privacy. But this folder was different, because its title was Senior Song's Expression Package. Song Shuhang was speechless. Wait a minute, wait a minute. Senior Song? In the 9 Provinces #1 group, apart from himself, was there any other senior with the same last name? Perhaps there was. After all, Song was a very common Chinese surname. But the problem was, all the seniors in the 9 Provinces #1 group had a Dao name. Such as Northern River's loose cultivator, Song Shuhang always called him Senior Northern River. Currently, the only person Soft Feather called Senior Song in the 9 Provinces #1 group should be little friend Song Shuhang and no one else, right? Hence, Song Shuhang's finger lost control and got ready to tap on the folder. No, I can't. If the Senior Song inside the folder isn't me, wouldn't I have intruded Soft Feather's privacy? It is not a gentleman's doing, I can't do that. Song Shuhang clenched his teeth and prepared to withdraw his finger. But at that time, perhaps because the screen reacted to his finger, although he didn't tap it with his finger, the folder still opened. The folder was not password protected, hence it was successfully opened by Song Shuhang. Next, he saw several pictures. Or should he say, some source materials? There was Song Shuhang's desperate expression when he and Venerable White were bungee jumping. The picture of Song Shuhang on the meteorite in outer space. There was also an expression of Song Shuhang when he was launched into the sky by the disposable Song Shuhang 001 edition. Senior White actually implemented a recording feature on the disposable Song Shuhang 001 edition. There was a picture of Song Shuhang's bald head reflecting the rays of the sun, taken by Dudu. And a picture of a bald Song Shuhang wearing a black skirt. F*CK, such an embarrassing picture. When did Soft Feather take this? Thereafter, there was also a picture of Song Shuhang and Soft Feather bungee jumping. The corner of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched, he then silently closed the folder. Soft Feather must be addicted to playing with expression packages, right? After playing with Venerable White's expression package, she still had to play with Senior Song's expression package, huh? No, I must stop Soft Feather's scary plan. But what can I use to stop a curious Soft Feather? Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Eh? Senior Song, you saw the folder. At this time, Soft Feather suddenly moved her head closer and laughed cheekily. Song Shuhang suddenly felt guilty. But Senior Song, I haven't completed this expressions package yet, the materials I have are currently too little. During this period, let's take more interesting pictures, then I would be able to make an even much more awesome expressions package than Senior White's expression package. Soft Feather clenched her fist. This hot-blooded young lady was full of passion. Song Shuhang hurriedly replied, Soft Feather, can you not make my expression package? I feel kinda embarrassed. Don't worry, Senior Song. I will make it perfect, it would not bring you any shame, Soft Feather said earnestly. Also, I made this expression package for your own good, Senior Song. What? Song Shuhang was dumbfounded. For my own good? Think about it, Senior Song. Senior White's expression package was already released, and if Senior Song's expression package isn't launched as well, Senior White might find it unfair, right? If that were the case, he might keep tormenting you, Senior Song. Soft Feather's face was very serious. Song Shuhang? Song Shuhang? What could he say against Soft Feather's sound logic? He actually had no rebuttal, because he had already been subjected to all kinds of torture by Venerable White. Such as transforming him into a fish that got eaten up by doo-doo, got eaten up by doo-doo, and got eaten up by doo-doo. Facts spoke louder than words. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 24, Doo-doo's Nemesis. Chapter for 24, Doo-doo's Nemesis. Translator, Stardew 5T Editor, Karisu. Song Shuhang said, in that case, I'll have to trouble you with my expressions package, Soft Feather. Just leave it to me, Senior Song. Soft Feather patted her big chest, assuring him. It will be beautiful. Thank you, Soft Feather. You're welcome, Senior Song. However, Soft Feather, could you remove the picture of me in the black skirt? That one is too embarrassing. No problem, Senior Song. I will settle it well for you, trust me. All right, let me say this earnestly once more, I will leave my expressions package to you, Soft Feather. Just leave it to me, Senior Song. Thank you once again, Soft Feather. Please don't stand on ceremony, Senior Song. For some reason, Song Shuhang I started tearing up. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. As they were speaking. Look, Senior Song. There's a meteor. Soft Feather suddenly said. 3 of them even, let's wish upon them. Do you have any wishes, Senior Song? Song Shuhang stared at the sky and realized that the 3 meteors were quickly descending while following a strange trajectory. Song Shuhang speedily made 3 wishes. I don't want to take part in the hand-guided tractor competition. I don't want to take part in the hand-guided tractor competition. I don't want to take part in the hand-guided tractor competition. Eh? Wait a minute. Amongst the 3 meteors, one of them suddenly started spinning like a windmill while flying, the other one suddenly started moving in a Z-shaped trajectory while flying, the last one did not undergo any change for the moment. Why is this scene rather familiar? Additionally, those 3 meteors seem to be coming in our direction. Ah, I understand. Those aren't meteors, those are disposable meteor swords 001 edition in meteor shower mode, except that the meteor shower's descent was a little delayed. The 3 meteors got closer and closer, Song Shuhang and the others could already hear miserable shrieks. Ah, The first one was a refreshing and high-pitched male voice. The person shouting made absolutely no attempts to hide his own feelings. His voice was overflowing with enthusiasm, and if he wanted to shout, he would shout to his heart's content. Aya, aya, aya. A forcefully repressed shriek with a gentle and neutral low-pitched voice, the person shouting seemed to be trying his best not to scream. However, he was unable to hold back, and his scream became rather weird. The last scream was a silent one. His entire voice was firmly and entirely stifled. The three figures got nearer and nearer. Amongst them, the last figure was a bald senior monk. His palms were placed together and his mouth tenaciously shut, not making a single sound. When Song Shuhang saw him, his mind immediately linked him to one of 9 Provinces #1 group seniors, Great Master Profound Principle. Only Great Master Profound Principle, who was in silent meditation, would be able to force himself not to make a single sound under such circumstances. However, Shuhang did not expect that even a Great Master would be sent over with the disposable meteor sword 001 edition. A senior monk of virtue and prestige like Great Master Profound Principle couldn't resist using Senior White's expression package either. Even a senior monk was actively courting death. Song Shuhang had thoroughly lost hope in the 9 Provinces #1 group's basic ability not to seek death. The figure in the middle, who tried his best to stifle his scream but ended up making odd noises, was a long-haired man who casually tied his hair into a ponytail. He seemed to be practicing some special cultivation technique, and his skin was as white as jade. Most importantly, his face was wearing thick black-framed glasses. Could cultivators even have myopia? Or was it just for show? The last one, who was yelling heroically, was a black man? He wasn't an African black uncle, but a man with dark skin and a buzz cut. His scream was completely unrestrained and resounding. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. The reason their arrival was delayed was that the locations of the sects they were in were relatively peculiar. For example, half of the faraway wandering temple was in the real world, and the other half was in a different dimension. When Venerable White's gift activated, they were launched into the sky with the coiling flight feature of the disposable meteor sword 001 edition. Then, they spun inside their sect or immortal cave in a different dimension for a long time. After spinning around in circles for a while, they came to a realization. Therefore, the 3 of them finally took control of the different dimension they were in with much difficulty and opened the door. This was the reason for the delay. Coincidentally, the 3 of them ultimately gathered together to form the last wave of a little meteor shower. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. The far-off Venerable White could sense the descending disposable meteor sword 001 edition in the sky. Since he was in the midst of arranging the race track, he could not let the descending meteor shower destroy the race track he was preparing. Hence, Senior White stretched out his finger. The 3 twisted meteors in the sky landed next to Song Shuhang and company. Awesome! Awesome! Softfeather's eyes lit up. She felt that the disposable meteor sword was truly exciting. In a while, she was planning to ask Senior White for another gift so that she could pew Tilda into the sky as well. 3 pits formed in the ground. Great Master Profound Principle was the first person to climb out of the pit. He stared at Song Shuhang and company and smiled, placing his palms together before bowing. After Senior White sent to the group the Starry Sky bungee jumping a picture he took with Song Shuhang, all the seniors in the group engraved in their minds the little fellow who was brave enough to sacrifice himself. Even though he was now bald, his face was easily recognizable. Hello, Great Master Profound Principle. Song Shuhang also placed his palms together before bowing back to him. Softfeather, who was next to him, as well as Liu Jianyi, similarly bowed and said, Hello, Great Master Profound Principle. After Great Master Profound Principle was done greeting them, his gaze shifted to Venerable White and Venerable Spirit Butterfly who were far away. The Great Master's right eye started twitching as though he was having a spasm that could not stop. Great Master Profound Principle. He kept having the feeling that a disaster was going to strike. He was wondering if there was still time for him to leave the place to return to his faraway wandering temple. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Thereafter, the other two unknown seniors of the 9 Provinces number 1 group also came out of their respective pits. The dark-skinned senior on the left smiled widely at Song Shuhang, and with the standard smile and pearly whites, he said, "You should be little friend Song Shuhang. Your reputation precedes you. Not bad, not bad. Senior, you're too kind." Song Shuhang felt embarrassed. The dark-skinned senior smiled. "I am Sun-Splitting Halberd Guo of the 9 Provinces number 1 group. I came out of my secluded meditation that lasted for 3 years only a few days ago. Hence, little friend Shuhang most likely did not see me appear in the group before. However, I am very well aware of your past achievements. The fellow Taoists in the group also spoke very highly of you. The seniors have spoken too highly of me." Song Shuhang smiled shyly. "Hello, Senior Guo." Softfeather stepped up and bowed. Thereafter, she secretly sent a message via secret sound transmission to Shuhang, and explained, "Senior Song, this Senior Guo is very famous in the group. Both him and Senior Thrice Reckless Mad Saber are the 2 distinguished people in the group." Song Shuhang blinked his eyes. Could it be that this dark-skinned Senior Guo is as good at courting death as Senior Thrice Reckless? This Senior Guo does not only look black, but he likes black people as well. But what is unique is that he's the only black cultivator around here. Therefore, he likes to make fun of himself due to this matter. After I joined the 9 Provinces number 1 group, Father slowly introduced some of the seniors in the group to me. I heard from him that Senior Guo also likes to send cute pictures of puppies in the group, and immediately after, he will send a picture of 2 hands rubbing the head of the dog with all their strength. Lastly, he would add the caption, "Furiously rubbing the head of the dog," Softfeather said via the secret sound transmission. Song Shuhang. Sun-Splitting Halberd Guo next to them was likewise speechless. This young lady's secret sound transmission skill was not bad. But he was 2 realms above her, hence, he could easily hear the contents of her secret sound transmission with his strength of the peak of the 5th stage realm. Even though he looked black, he did not like making fun of himself. He merely joked about it a bit. This is a rather peculiar senior. A black cultivator that likes to make fun of himself? He seems a rather easygoing fellow, right? Song Shuhang defined Senior Guo in his mind. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Afterward, the glasses-wearing senior took a step forward and pushed his glasses up. He stared at Song Shuhang and smiled, "Little friend Shuhang, I am young Master Phoenix Slayer of the 9 Provinces number 1 group, just like Guo. I came out of secluded mediation not long ago. I heard that you recently took care of Dudu." When he spoke of Dudu, young Master Phoenix Slayer pushed his glasses up even further. Then, the lens of his glasses flashed with a cold ray of light while emitting a ding sound. "Ah, yes. Not long ago, Dudu ran away from home again and stayed at my place for some time. But today, Senior Yellow Mountain should be bringing him back," answered Song Shuhang. Even though Dudu always troubled him, he also helped him quite a great deal. With Dudu, his life was suddenly more lively, although Shuhang himself found it inconceivable. If Dudu were to leave suddenly, he would feel reluctant to part with him. Young Master Phoenix Slayer continued pushing up his glasses with cold light flashing all around. "Where is Dudu now?" "Before I left, he was still with Senior Yellow Mountain," replied Song Shuhang. "That is to say, he is still nearby, right?" He, I can already smell him." Young Master Phoenix Slayer pushed his glasses up once again. The lenses of his glasses continuously shot out cold rays. Song Shuhang felt a huge pressure. At this time, Softfeather secretly sent a secret sound transmission. Young Master Phoenix Slayer is a monster cultivator of the 5th stage. I don't know what his actual form is, but he has a nickname in the 9 Provinces number 1 group, Dudu's Nemesis. Dudu's Nemesis? The nemesis of the monster Pekingese Dudu? There was actually such a creature in the world? Speaking of which, what is Senior White doing? Young Master Phoenix Slayer pushed his glasses up once again, looking at the busy Venerable White and Venerable Spirit Butterfly who were far away. Softfeather answered. Venerable White said he wanted to hold a special hand-guided tractor competition. The seniors in the 9 Provinces number 1 group seemed very interested in participating. What? A hand-guided tractor competition? The corner of young Master Phoenix Slayer mouth twitched. Hand-guided tractors can be classified as vehicles, right? No way, I have car sickness. Not going to happen. I need to tell Senior White that I cannot join this competition. Otherwise, I will vomit. Song Shuhang was speechless. Senior, are you making fun of me? You're a monster of the 5th stage, how can you get car sick? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 25, the spectators should also have their share. Chapter for 25, the spectators should also have their share. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Young Master Phoenix Slayer shot a glance at Song Shuhang and pushed his glasses up. I really suffer from car sickness, and it doesn't have anything to do with my cultivation realm. When I was young, I experienced something that traumatized me, causing me to feel a certain fear towards all types of vehicles. Therefore, I'll talk to Senior White and tell him that I absolutely won't participate in the competition. Just as young Master Phoenix Slayer was speaking, the far-off Venerable White stepped on the sea waves and elegantly headed toward them. Afterward, he waved at Great Master Profound Principle and the other 2, saying, "Fellow Taoists, how are you?" Senior White, "Hello." Young Master Phoenix Slayer was the first one to reply. Song Shuhang discovered that there wasn't any cold light flashing through young Master Phoenix Slayer's lenses while he was talking to Venerable White. He felt that there was something wrong with his state. Great Master Profound Principle joined his 2 palms together and greeted Venerable White. Sun-splitting halberd Gua Da also greeted Senior White with a bright smile on his face. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Since he was in the middle of setting up the racetrack, Venerable White came straight to the point. I reunited all of you here because I wanted you to participate in an interesting competition that I'm about to hold. It's a hand-guided tractor competition, and True Monarch Yellow Mountain has already prepared the necessary hand-guided tractors, sending them over here. All the participants can freely modify their tractor. You can modify it as you see fit, and as long as it's still a hand-guided tractor after the modifications, you can participate in the competition, Venerable White said in one breath. Young Master Phoenix Slayer took a deep breath and mustered his courage, getting ready to tell Senior White that he wouldn't participate in the competition. But right at this time, Venerable White also added, those that manage to secure the first 5 places in the competition will have the possibility to explore some ancient ruins with me. These ancient ruins belong to the previous era. After hearing this much, the interest of Great Master Profound Principle and Sun-splitting halberd Gua Da was immediately piqued. If these ruins belong to the previous era, there was a chance that they might contain information about the secret of immortality. When the previous wielder of the will retired and the new one took their place, the ancient heavenly city was destroyed, and all the talented people that had reached the immortal realm and could carry the will of the heavens went into seclusion, disappearing without traces. As a consequence, the secret of immortality became something very mysterious. If there was an opportunity to come across the secret of immortality, most of the seniors in the group would immediately seize that opportunity. Senior Gua Da loudly laughed and said, "Senior White, how can this competition be short of me? Where are the other fellow Taoists of the 9 Provinces number 1 group?" Great Master Profound Principle smiled and nodded, joining his palms together. He also expressed his intention to participate in the competition. Young Master Phoenix Slayer was in a dilemma. He was also interested in the secret of immortality, but he was somewhat scared of vehicles. Moreover, he had just mustered all his courage and was ready to tell Senior White that he wouldn't participate in the competition. Now that he was suddenly interrupted, all the courage he mustered was gone as well. The corner of Venerable White's mouth rose, and his mood got much better. All the fellow Taoists of the 9 Provinces number 1 group are near the area the Chu family is located at, modifying their hand-guided tractors. I'll give you the coordinates so that you can head there. Afterward, you can choose a tractor and modify it to participate in the competition. At this time, the nearby Softfeather raised her hand and said, "Senior White, I also want to participate. I want to go there as well." "No problem," Venerable White said. "Such being the case, can you use a disposable Meteor Sword 001 edition to deliver me over there, Tilda?" All the seniors of the 9 Provinces #1 group received a gift and got to ride the super exciting disposable Meteor Sword, all but me. Softfeather continued with her hand raised. The nearby Great Master Profound Principle, Sun-Splitting Halberd Gua-Da, and young Master Phoenix Slayer stiffened. "Oh, so the disposable flying sword we used to ride here was an improved version, the disposable Meteor Sword. No wonder it was so scary and there was that meteor-like special effect. But what's the deal with Venerable Spirit Butterfly's daughter asking to try that disposable Meteor Sword on her own volition?" Venerable White. Venerable White had a complex look on his face after looking at Softfeather's restless expression. At this time, Venerable Spirit Butterfly also came over and said somewhat embarrassed, "Fellow Daoist White, I wasn't able to deliver the gift you sent to Softfeather in time. As a consequence, I was the one that ended up making use of it, ha ha ha. Such being the case, can you give Softfeather another gift if it's not a problem for you?" Venerable White. Do this father-daughter pair think that the disposable Meteor Sword is a plaything or something? Is it possible that this series is not frightening enough? Venerable White held his chin and pondered, perhaps it was time to quickly develop the disposable Meteor Sword 002 edition. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. In the end, Softfeather was able to obtain a new disposable Meteor Sword 001 edition. Senior Song, shall we head toward the grievance settling platform together and take a look at how the seniors are faring in their modifications? I'm sure it will be very interesting. Softfeather waved her hand at Song Shuhang. No need, I prefer to stay here and take a look at Senior White and Senior Spirit Butterfly arrange the race track. Song Shuhang smiled and waved his hand. What a joke! Softfeather was planning to use the disposable Meteor Sword to head back to the grievance settling platform. If he were to go together with her, wouldn't he also enjoy the beautiful feeling of turning into a meteor? There was no way he wanted that. In that case, I'll leave first. Softfeather didn't mind. At this time, all her attention was concentrated on the disposable Meteor Sword. As soon as she finished speaking, Venerable White activated the flying sword. Pew tilde Softfeather called toward the sky. The sword chi exploded, and the flying speed became extremely quick. Venerable Spirit Butterfly, Song Shuhang, Great Master Profound Principle, Senior Gua-Da, and young Master Phoenix Slayer all saluted Softfeather with their eyes. Song Shuhang wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt that Softfeather was spinning especially fast while coiling toward the sky. If he were to consider the coiling flight feature that carried away Su Clan 7er LV-1 Bladestorm, Softfeather's version of the Bladestorm was at least LV-2, if not higher. A tilde Softfeather's excited scream echoed in the sky. If one were to listen carefully, they would notice that she was just excited and not scared. Venerable White held his chin and started to ponder. His current mood was rather complex. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Senior White, such being the case, I'll also converge with the other members of the group. Senior Gua-Da said. Soon after, both he and Great Master Profound Principle respectively took out their long halberd and flying sword and shot toward the sky, following after Softfeather, who had disappeared into the distance. Since his mood seemed quite good, they were afraid that Venerable White would conveniently give them a ride on his disposable Meteor Sword if they were a second late, and that would be tragic. Once the two of them left, only young Master Phoenix Slayer remained. Young Master Phoenix Slayer was still mumbling under his breath and had a perplexed expression on his face. Venerable White looked at him in puzzlement and said, "Fellow Daoist Phoenix Slayer, aren't you converging with the other fellow Daoists?" "Ah? Oh. Senior White, don't mind me. Let me gather my thoughts first," young Master Phoenix Slayer said. However, this wasn't what he really wanted to say. What he wanted was to tell Senior White that he had no intention of participating in the competition. "Oh, sure. You can rest here for a while. In the meantime, fellow Daoist spirit butterfly, and I will keep preparing the racetrack, Venerable White said with a smile. Young Master Phoenix Slayers, I started to tear up. How wonderful would it be if young Master Phoenix Slayer's non-straightforward personality and Song Shuhang's straightforward personality could balance each other out. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. The two venerables kept discussing how to arrange the racetrack. Young Master Phoenix Slayer was still in a dilemma and stood in his original place. Song Shuhang stretched himself. He was a bit tired at this time. A lot of things happened today. Moreover, he had been very busy since the wee hours of the morning. Hence, he decided to look for a place to rest. After stretching himself, Song Shuhang headed toward the nearby rocky terrain. After eyeing that uneven rocky terrain, Song Shuhang couldn't help but think of Gugua's hemorrhoids. Thereupon, he took out his treasured saber Broken Tyrant and thought of slicing one of the rocks to make it even and suitable for resting. Speaking of which, now that Great Master Profound Principle is here, would he spank the little monk until making him shit all over the place? Song Shuhang thought to himself. Then, he lifted Broken Tyrant high up in the sky. But right at this time, Venerable White's voice was transmitted from afar. Shuhang, be careful! Question mark. Song Shuhang turned his head around and looked at Senior White in puzzlement. In the next moment, he saw something flash before his eyes. Immediately after, he felt as though his whole body had received an electric shock. He felt the surroundings spinning as if the world had been turned upside down. Afterward came a stabbing pain, and his whole body was paralyzed. The treasured saber Broken Tyrant was a 1-meter-long saber forged from heavy metals inside a thunder pond. In the hands of a powerful cultivator, it could cut even lightning. Moreover, its blade could absorb a certain amount of lightning and use it to injure the enemy in the next attack. Under the protection of the saber, Shuhang did not receive severe injuries even though he was charred black and resembled an African black uncle. Song Shuhang opened his mouth and exhaled. Ah! A faint burnt smell came out of his mouth. Only at this time did he realize that he was hit by an explosion of thunder and lightning. That white-colored flash earlier was the lightning explosion activating. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Little friend Shuhang, are you all right? Venerable Spirit Butterfly and Venerable White quickly came over and checked his condition. Song Shuhang opened his mouth once more and used his true chi to check his body. Except for my body going numb, I'm all right. Seniors, what happened earlier? Venerable Spirit Butterfly forced a laugh and said, ha ha. Fellow Daoist White and I were thinking of placing several mines on the surface of the sea. I'm not sure what happened, but some of the lightning was attracted toward this place and struck your body. Ha ha ha. Song Shuhang. I was only trying to look for a place to rest and was suddenly struck by lightning? Venerables are actually so scary, even watching them arrange the racetrack is life-threatening. Come, eat this medicinal pill. It will help you get over the shock. Venerable Spirit Butterfly took out a medicinal pill and squeezed it into Song Shuhang's mouth. After eating the pill, Song Shuhang was full of energy, and his mental energy was replenished as well. Moreover, the quantity of true qi in his dantian rose quite a bit. The increase of true qi was comparable to the one he would have after practicing for a whole day. This pill was like those precious medicines in games that could instantly replenish one's HP. However, Venerable Spirit Butterfly was treating them like ordinary candies. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Eh? At this time, Venerable White moved his head closer and shot a glance toward Song Shuhang's feet. Shuhang, move aside for a moment. Song Shuhang was confused, but he still moved to a side. Next, he saw Venerable White squat down and pat on the ground. Immediately after, Senior White created a small hole where Song Shuhang was standing earlier. Afterward, 10 crystal-like plants popped out from the hole, each of them the size of an index finger. Just at a glance, it was possible to tell that they weren't ordinary plants. They looked beautiful and were full of spiritual energy. Wait a moment, why does this scene look so familiar? Venerable White pulled out the 10 crystal-like plants and weighted them in his hands. Then, he said with a smile, "Not bad. This is the Slaging crystal root. A plant that can increase one's cultivation level. If a cultivator of the second stage eats one of these things, they can obtain an increase in cultivation comparable to the one they would have after training for 3 years. Come, spectators should also have their share." Thereupon, Venerable White quickly divided the plants and gave 2 to Song Shuhang, 2 to Venerable Spirit Butterfly, and 2 to young Master Phoenix Slayer. As for the last 4, he kept them for himself. "Thank you, fellow Deist White." Venerable Spirit Butterfly received the Slaging crystal root with a smile. Young Master Phoenix Slayer took the treasure while still a bit dumbfounded. When Song Shuhang looked at the 2 aging crystal roots in his hands, his eyes teared up slightly. He now remembered why the scene looked so familiar. It was Venerable White's ability to give a share to the spectators at work. Senior White was a walking mass of luck, and even if he was at home doing nothing, all sorts of lucky things would happen to him. The only problem was that this luck would create mortal dangers for the people next to him. And the mortal danger from earlier just happened to fall on me. Song Shuhang took a deep breath through his nose. However, he managed to obtain 2 natural treasures that could allow him to obtain the same boost he would obtain after training for 3 years. If he were to use them, he might directly break through the second Dantian of the second stage realm, the Dragon-tail Dantian. As the saying goes, the key to success lies in taking risks. Getting hit by that explosion of lightning was totally worth it. Just as he was in deep thoughts, Venerable White gave Song Shuhang another aging crystal root and said, "Here, take another as a compensation. After all, I was able to discover these 10 aging crystal roots only because you were struck by the lightning. Don't be too sad. Wasn't it just lightning? Big men don't cry for so little." Song Shuhang immediately retorted, "Senior White, it's that I can't breathe properly after being struck by the lightning. I'm not crying." Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Around 5 minutes later, young Master Phoenix Slayer rode his flying sword and headed toward the Chu family, his destination the grievance settling platform. Song Shuhang was standing behind young Master Phoenix Slayer. Standing on a side and watching the 2 Venerable arrange the racetrack was too dangerous. For his safety, Song Shuhang decided to return to the Chu family first. As for young Master Phoenix Slayer, he ultimately made up his mind. Thereupon, he was the one in charge to bring Song Shuhang back. On the flying sword, young Master Phoenix Slayer suddenly asked, "Little friend Shuhang, do you know how to drive a hand-guided tractor?" "A bit." "Senior Phoenix Slayer, don't you know how to drive it? Do you want me to teach you?" Song Shuhang asked in return. "Yes." Young Master Phoenix Slayer slightly nodded. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter for 26, the so-called Nemesis? Chapter for 26, the so-called Nemesis? Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Kurisu. Next to the grievance settling platform. Spank, spank. Aya. Abbot, I made a mistake. Forgive me. Spank, spank. Ah. Abbot, don't spank me again. My hemorrhoids will flare up again. In the end, little Guagua could not escape from Great Master Profound Principle's clutches. At this time, he was lying on the lap of the abbot and getting ruthlessly spanked, screaming again and again. On a side, True Monarch Yellow Mountain held his chin and looked at Great Master Profound Principle disciplining the small monk. Then, he turned his head around and glanced at Dudu, who was now in the shape of a small Peking geese, thinking to himself, "Did I pamper this stupid Dudu too much? Should I follow Great Master Profound Principle's example and use corporal punishment as well?" Next to him, Dudu was holding a big bone in his paws, carefully sniffing it. It seemed he wanted to eat it, but he was also reluctant to do so. Since he had this muting collar around his neck, Dudu had been very well behaved and hadn't caused any trouble. However, he was secretly plotting something. From the looks of it, Stupid Yellow Mountain will also participate in the hand-guided tractor competition. Once the competition starts, I'll use a sound amplifying technique and broadcast the song of the stupid Yellow Mountain in its entirety to cheer for him. Even if he were muted for a whole year after the broadcast, he wouldn't have any regret in this dog life of his. After thinking this much, Dudu held onto one of the extremities of the bone and started to lick it with his tongue. Delicious! It was a bone that true monarch Yellow Mountain especially prepared for Dudu. It was the femur of a man-raised spirit beast, the green bull, prepared by an immortal chef. It smelled very good, and it was a delicacy to eat. But since it wasn't easy to raise a green bull, one could have only a few of these bones in a decade. Each time he got to taste these bones, Dudu would sniff them for a while first. Then, he would slowly lick them, and only after smelling and licking them would he start to regretfully eat them. After all, he could eat only a handful of them each decade. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. At this time, a sword light flashed through the sky. Song Shuhang and young Master Phoenix Slayer had arrived at the grievance settling platform. On their way here, young Master Phoenix Slayer asked Song Shuhang about hand-guided tractors. After the conversation, he determined that little friend Shuhang shouldn't be too bad at driving them. After knowing this much, he felt at ease. After reaching the grievance settling platform, young Master Phoenix Slayer shot a glance at the members of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group below. Very soon, his eyes locked onto Dudu, who was next to true monarch Yellow Mountain. He. I found you, Dudu. Young Master Phoenix Slayer pushed up his glasses, and cold light got continuously refracted from his lenses. Song Shuhang felt that the light refracted this time was especially cold. In the next moment, young Master Phoenix Slayer leapt down from the flying sword, fiercely pouncing at Dudu. What is Senior Phoenix Slayer planning to do? Song Shuhang was a bit confused. Luckily, young Master Phoenix Slayer remembered to tell his flying sword to slowly descend before pouncing down. Therefore, the flying sword brought Song Shuhang to the ground slowly. In the meantime, young Master Phoenix Slayer dashed forward at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Dudu, less than 3 centimeters away from his face. Woof? Dudu felt his eyes blur for a moment. In the next instant, a fair face wearing thick-framed glasses appeared in front of him. Woof! It's Phoenix Slayer. That bastard! Dudu instinctively bounced back. What is this bastard doing here? Wasn't he in secluded meditation? Dudu was extremely quick, but young Master Phoenix Slayer was even quicker. Phoenix Slayer took a step forward and his 2 hands moved crazily, leaving behind several afterimages. At this time, he looked like the 1,000-armed Guanyin as he attacked Dudu. The scene completely blinded Dudu's eyes. Young Master Phoenix Slayer's left hand grabbed the big bone that Dudu was holding, while the left ruthlessly patted Dudu's head. Woof 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 tilde Dudu pitifully called out while he was sent flying, stopping only after flying for more than 10 meters. Young Master Phoenix Slayer complacently lifted Dudu's bone and swung it. Phoenix tilde Slayer tilde woof. Dudu clenched his teeth in anger. All the fur on his body stood up as he roared at young Master Phoenix Slayer. Oh, Dudu! We meet again. Young Master Phoenix Slayer gracefully swung the bone. At the same time, a layer of spiritual energy started to entwine the bone. Next, the extremity that Dudu had licked with his tongue was cut off. While at it, the remaining spiritual energy thoroughly purified the remaining parts. Immediately after, young Master Phoenix Slayer grabbed the bone, biting down on it with a crack. Then, he took several bites, just as though he was eating sugarcane. Afterward, he spat all the pieces of the bone on the ground. Dudu almost spurted fire from his nostrils. He was furious. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Song Shuhang. Am I having hallucinations? Yeah, I must be having hallucinations. This Senior Phoenix Slayer, who is wearing black-framed glasses and has an intellectual look on his face, pounced from the flying sword to steal Dudu's bone. Is it possible that his true form is also that of a dog? And that he obtained the title of Dudu's nemesis after continuously stealing Dudu's bones? After looking at the complacent young Master Phoenix Slayer, Shuhang felt that it might be possible. After all, it would be strange if a senior of the 9 provinces #1 group were actually normal. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Damn it! You mother of asterisk, give me back my bone. Dudu roared and pounced at young Master Phoenix Slayer. It was a delicacy he could have at most 8 times in over a decade. Young Master Phoenix Slayer elegantly turned around, dodging Dudu's attack. The fight between the two felt like the rehearse of a play. Dudu was continuously pouncing at him, and young Master Phoenix Slayer was elegantly dodging each time. The scene was very beautiful and picturesque. Bad, very bad. You haven't improved at all, Dudu. So many years have passed, and you're still attacking in the same way. I'm very disappointed. Can't you do something else besides pouncing at me like a mad dog? Oh, wait. I forgot that you hadn't condensed a monster core yet, and you can only stay in the form of a Pekingese. Except for jumping on people and biting them, you can't do anything else. You can't even use sword techniques and whatnot, young Master Phoenix Slayer said. Then he bit the bone once more, chewing it with several crackling sounds. It was delicious and crispy, and tasted really good. Afterward, he spat out the pieces again. I'll kill you. Do you really think that I haven't improved at all in these years? I'll open your eyes now. Dudu bellowed as the 4 windfire wheels appeared beneath his feet. It looked like he was about to get serious. Come, I'm not scared of you. Young Master Phoenix Slayer shouted, his provoking abilities were top-notch. Woof woof woof. Dudu's figure changed into that of a windfire wheel. He opened his mouth wide, wishing he could gobble down young Master Phoenix Slayer just like a bone. But if Dudu was fast, young Master Phoenix Slayer was even faster. After all, he was a monster of the 5th stage. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 27, Woof, Woof. Mr. Yellow Mountain is my loyal little dog. Chapter for 27, Woof, Woof. Mr. Yellow Mountain is my loyal little dog. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Young Master Phoenix Slayer moved left and right, elegantly dodging Dudu's attacks each time. That wasn't all, he even had the time to provoke him. The speed of those windfire wheels is quite good, but do you think that I've been slacking off for these past years when I was in secluded meditation? To bully you better, I diligently cultivated the whole time. Is it possible that young Master Phoenix Slayer's lifetime goal is to cause trouble for Dudu? He meticulously cultivated and even went into secluded meditation just so that he could bully him? Woof, woof. Dudu got angry, and his speed increased even more. However, no matter how much Dudu accelerated, young Master Phoenix Slayer was still slightly faster than him. Their speed was extremely quick, and Song Shuhang could only see several after images of both of them. Damn it! Just wait until I reach the 5th stage and condense a monster core, I'll give you a good lesson then. Dudu bellowed. Someday in the future, I'll make you remember the fear of me pouncing on you and pinning you to the ground, bullying and taking advantage of you. TSK, even if you reach the 5th stage, you won't be able to defeat me. Young Master Phoenix Slayer said self-satisfied. As for your previous bullying, I'll slowly bully you in return. Moreover, you won't have the opportunity to surpass me, now or in the future. And if Dudu really happened to surpass him in strength, he would just run in the west together with true monarch White Crane. He wouldn't commit the same mistake he committed when he was young. At the time, he decided to foolishly fight Dudu even if his strength was lower than his, getting continuously bullied. Woof, woof, woof. Do you really think that I haven't improved at all? Naive. I'll seize the opportunity to make you taste my powerful move, the cloud-covering palm. Dudu bellowed and clapped his paws. Soon after, he stood up like a person, seemingly getting ready to use a special hand technique. Young Master Phoenix Slayer narrowed his eyes and prepared himself. But right at this time, a huge net fell from the sky, firmly wrapping young Master Phoenix Slayer. the big net appeared too suddenly, let alone young Master Phoenix Slayer. Even the nearby members of the 9 Provinces #1 group that were watching the fight weren't able to notice it. Aha! Stupid Phoenix Slayer! Stupid Yellow Mountain is very proud of this big net, and even a blood demon of the 6th stage was unable to get out of it after it was caught. Dudu laughed complacently. After hearing this much, young Master Phoenix Slayer fiercely turned his head around and glared at True Monarch Yellow Mountain. True Monarch, are you secretly helping Dudu? True Monarch Yellow Mountain shook his head and said, no, I didn't do anything. Yellow Mountain had 2 of those nets. One was in his possession, and the other was left to Dudu after he continuously pestered him about it. Therefore, it was Dudu himself that had trapped Phoenix Slayer. Young Master Phoenix Slayer clenched his teeth and turned his head around, looking at Dudu. Damn it! Do you think it's befitting of a gentleman to win by relying on magical treasures? Woof, this dog isn't a gentleman. I'm just a Pekingese. If you refuse to accept it, come here and bite me. Dudu said, self-satisfied. And if you want to blame someone, go blame stupid Yellow Mountain. After all, he is the one that created this magical treasure. The nearby True Monarch Yellow Mountain was speechless. At this time, he was wondering if he should activate Dudu's muting collar once more. Young Master Phoenix Slayer clenched his teeth in anger. Stupid Phoenix Slayer, have a taste of my pounce. Dudu laughed complacently and turned into a 5 meters long dog. Woof! After barking, he pounced at young Master Phoenix Slayer, who was currently wrapped in the net. If he were to crash into him like that, young Master Phoenix Slayer's ribs would surely break. Just as he was about to get crushed by Dudu, young Master Phoenix Slayer smiled. Then, he quietly took off his black-framed glasses. In the next moment, Dudu's huge body suddenly stopped in midair as though he had hit an invisible wall, coming to a stop. Then, he slowly descended and squatted on the ground, spitting out his tongue. He was breathing in and out just like an ordinary puppy. Afterward, he raised his head and cried out like a wolf. After crying out, he loudly shouted, woof, woof. Mr. True Monarch Yellow Mountain is my loyal little dog. Gah! True Monarch Yellow Mountain almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Just as Dudu was clearing his throat and preparing to continue, True Monarch Yellow Mountain finally made his move. Silence! Dudu was immediately muted. Woof 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 tilde only a series of strange cries came out from his mouth. After shouting for a while, a confused expression appeared in Dudu's eyes. He tried to call out a few more times, but only a series of woofs came out. In the end, he had no choice but to give up. Afterward, he moved next to young Master Phoenix Slayer, who was wrapped in the net, and used his paws to scratch at it. The net slightly shook, and as though it recognized Dudu's aura, it started to shrink automatically. After shrinking into a small ball, it entered Dudu's dog fur. At this time, Song Shuhang noticed that young Master Phoenix Slayer looked listless, and even his head was hanging down. What kind of technique did he use to make Dudu so strange? Was it a mind-controlling technique? After the net disappeared, young Master Phoenix Slayer raised his head and calmly wore his glasses. On the other side, Dudu's blurry eyes returned to normality. Woof 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 woof. What did you do to me, stupid Phoenix Slayer? Dudu roared, but no one could understand what he was trying to say. Perhaps young Master Phoenix Slayer, who might be another monster dog, can understand his words? Aha waha! Young Master Phoenix Slayer laughed complacently. Then, he jumped up and gripped Dudu's neck with his legs. The two of them were too close, and Dudu didn't have any time to dodge. His huge body was thrown to the ground by young Master Phoenix Slayer. Dudu, do you admit defeat? Young Master Phoenix Slayer shouted. Woof woof woof. Dudu furiously scratched the ground with his paws. But young Master Phoenix Slayer had carefully chosen the angle to grip his neck, and no matter how much Dudu tried, his claws didn't reach young Master Phoenix Slayer. Dudu was filled with grief and indignation. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Around 3 minutes later, Young Master Phoenix Slayer got up with an invigorated expression on his face. Afterward, he took another bite off the bone, spitting out the fragments immediately after. In the rear, Dudu's eyes were blurred, and it felt as though he had undergone a mental breakdown. Even after rolling on the ground for a while, he wasn't able to get up. Dudu's nemesis lives up to his name. Is it possible that young Master Phoenix Slayer's ability is similar to the mind control, and thus affected both Dudu's mind and body? Song Shuhang guessed. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. The farce between Dudu and young Master Phoenix Slayer finally came to an end. The seniors of the 9 provinces No. 1 group returned to modifying their tractors. Moreover, they weren't carrying out their modifications secretly, they were doing it in the open and helping each other out. For example, Northern River's loose cultivator shouted at this time, "Great Master Profound Principle, can you bless my tractor? In exchange, I can apply a waterproof formation to yours. My waterproof formations are amongst the best in the group." Great Master Profound Principle nodded and arrived in front of Northern River's loose cultivator's hand-guided tractor. Then, he joined his palms together and silently chanted some Buddhist scriptures. Soon after, he patted the tractor with his hands. Whoosh! The chanting of scriptures echoed, and the halo of the Buddha shone on all things. The color of Northern River's loose cultivator tractor suddenly changed to gold, and it felt as though many little monks were dancing next to it. The corners of Song Shuhang's eyes twitched. This was the blessing of a real senior monk of the Great Master rank. Literally worth 1,000 pieces of gold. If Senior Northern River's hand-guided tractor manages to remain intact after the competition, it will become an incredibly rare and valuable collectible. Moreover, if someone's house was haunted by ghosts, they could bring over this blessed hand-guided tractor and easily protect the house from all evils. It can act both as a vehicle and ghost banisher. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. True Monarch Yellow Mountain, is it allowed to attach a propeller behind the hand-guided tractor? Dharma King Creation asked. It should be fine as long as you don't change it into a plane, and it keeps the appearance of a hand-guided tractor? True Monarch Yellow Mountain wasn't too sure either. Otherwise, how about giving a call to Venerable White and asking him directly? Good point. Dharma King Creation took out his phone and made the call. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Fellow Daoist Ancient Lake Temple, is that a guided missile? Do you want to mount that gadget on the hand-guided tractor? Thrice reckless Mad Saber's voice echoed at this time. Song Shuhang turned his head around and saw that True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple had quietly loaded a missile in the open container behind the hand-guided tractor. An African branch of the Ancient Lake Temple was once looted by the local warlord. Then, I took revenge for them and obtained some spoils of war in return. I didn't think that this gadget would finally come in handy, True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple said calmly. After saying this much, he looked toward the far-off True Monarch White Crane, and the corner of his mouth rose. He had prepared this missile for that human bird. Earlier, he coiled toward the sky in front of numerous disciples, losing too much of his prestige. At the time, he even thought that fellow Daoist White Crane's gift was something good, and just by recalling True Monarch White Crane's mysterious appearance while introducing the gift, he felt aggrieved and cheated. The far-off True Monarch White Crane seemed to have induced his gaze, and thus turned its head around. After seeing that eye-catching missile, it took a deep breath through its nose. White Crane felt that it was over for itself. Earlier, on the spur of the moment, it decided to stand its ground and energetically support Venerable White's idea of holding a hand-guided tractor competition. In hindsight, didn't it give its fellow Taoists the perfect opportunity to take revenge on itself with this hand-guided tractor competition? It could already imagine the various fellow Taoists using all sorts of methods to get close to it as soon as the competition started. From the very beginning, it suspected that they would inadvertently bump into its vehicle again and again. But now, even a missile popped out. What will be the next thing to pop out? Explosive lightning? Formations unleashing thousands of swords? Or cannons capable of slaying immortals? Therefore, true monarch White Crane wondered if it should assume a female form. After all, even heroes would fall for beauties, and it was sure that it would turn into a beautiful woman if it were to assume a female form. Perhaps the fellow Taoists of the group would soften up a bit after seeing a beautiful female White Crane and let it go? After all, one was prone to forgive a beautiful fairy maiden. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 28, Little Friend Shu Hang, here is your Kasaya. Chapter 28, Little Friend Shu Hang, here is your Kasaya. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. The seniors of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group continued to happily modify their hand-guided tractors. The methods they were using to modify their tractors were getting more and more scary. Song Shuhang dared to guarantee that these 50 or so hand-guided tractors could demolish a city if they were to run through one. And the problem was that the seniors of the group weren't satisfied with this level of power and kept adding more and more features. Song Shuhang muttered to himself, I feel that it will be a rather scary competition. Don't worry. The fellow Taoists of the group know what they're doing. The scene will look lively at most, but there won't be any incidents. True Monarch Yellow Mountain's gentle voice echoed in Song Shuhang's ears. Senior Yellow Mountain, hello. Song Shuhang smiled and asked, Senior, are you going to participate in the competition as well and fight for a place in the first 5? True Monarch Yellow Mountain waved his hand and said, amongst the people gathered here, I'm one of those that don't have the time to explore the ancient ruins with Venerable White. After all, I need to prepare to advance in realm. Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said that I've stayed in the 6th stage for far too long and that it is time to advance to the next realm and become a Venerable. However, I can be treated as one of the organizers of the competition, and I find it rather interesting too, therefore, I decided to relax a bit before advancing to the next realm. After saying this much, True Monarch Yellow Mountain grabbed a box behind him and handed it to Song Shuhang. Question mark. Song Shuhang looked at True Monarch Yellow Mountain in puzzlement. This is the reward for receiving Venerable White, take it, it's a collective gift from the members of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group, True Monarch Yellow Mountain said. Thank you, Senior. Song Shuhang took the box. He was very curious as to what the content was. Can I open it now? Sure, go ahead. True Monarch Yellow Mountain nodded. Song Shuhang opened the box. Immediately after, he saw bottles full of medicinal pills as well as a few medicinal pastes. True Monarch Yellow Mountain told him about the various medicinal pills. This is that Starry True Chi Refining Pill 6S edition of the Starry Pavilion that one can use while practicing, strengthening the overall effect of the training and letting one get twice the results with half the effort. There are 6 bottles in total, and each bottle has 30 pills. Using 1 pill per day is more than enough. These are that Snow Lake True Chi Powder 7th edition, and the Volcano Pill, they can both help one recover their true chi. The former can be taken only in liquid form, while the latter is a normal pill. These 2 medicines can help you recover some of your true chi in the middle of a critical fight. If used while sitting in meditation, your true chi will recover at an even faster pace. There are 6 bottles of each of them. This is the Tiger Bone and Bear Gall Paste A8 edition, a medicinal paste that can treat external injuries. There are 10 packages in total. It's something that fellow Daoist Snow Wolf produced personally, and it's very good to treat external injuries. Then, there is the Gentle Dao Pill 5H edition, which has a similar function but has to be taken orally. There are 10 bottles in total, and it's something that fellow Daoist Ancient Lake Temple produced personally. It's a medicine with gentle properties, very suitable for you. In total, there were next to 30 bottles of medicinal pills and 10 packages of medicinal pastes. All these medicines would last Song Shuhang for at least half a year. Song Shuhang was extremely grateful. After all, these were medicinal pills he could use immediately. All of you seniors must have gone through a lot of trouble to gather these medicines, thank you. Afterward, he cautiously closed the box and stored it inside his rabbit-shaped size-reducing purse. Ha ha, you're right about the trouble part, True Monarch Yellow Mountain said with a smile. It was mostly because Song Shuhang didn't seem to lack anything, although he had just advanced to the second stage realm. As a consequence, the seniors of the group had to rack their brains quite a bit to find something suitable for him. As they were speaking, True Monarch Yellow Mountain shot a glance at Song Shuhang's size-reducing purse. Shuhang even had a pseudo-space bag? This purse alone was as valuable as the total amount of wealth that loose cultivators of the third or fourth stage had amassed. As soon as Song Shuhang put the box with the medicines away, True Monarch Yellow Mountain took out another small box, giving it to him. "This is a surprise I prepared for you. It's a gift for taking care of little Dudu all this time. Therefore, I hope you won't refuse this token of gratitude." Song Shuhang received the small box. It seemed somewhat heavy. What was inside this box? There is a set of magical clothes inside the box. Since you didn't seem to lack weapons, medicinal pills, and cultivation techniques, I decided to gift you a high-quality set of magical clothes of the second stage rank that just happened to lie around in my treasure house. It is manufactured with the silk of the emerald green silkworm, and it's waterproof, fireproof, and arms-proof. After wearing it, you can block bullets from small firearms even without activating its defensive powers. But if little friend Song Shuhang were to activate its defensive abilities, even a rain of bullets wouldn't pose a problem. True Monarch Yellow Mountain explained after seeing Song Shuhang's confused expression. The more Song Shuhang was hearing, the more his eyes were lighting up. These magical clothes were simply too incredible. Several times better than bulletproof clothing. As that wasn't enough, they were manufactured with the precious silk of the emerald green silkworm. Although Song Shuhang didn't know what the rank of the emerald green silkworm was, this set of magical clothes was still produced with the silk of a spirit beast. The picture of a handsome white-colored scholarly robe resurfaced in Song Shuhang's mind. The type that would make him look like an intellectual after wearing it. Then, it was the picture of a pure white Daoist robe. After wearing it, he would look like someone with high integrity and bearing. Then, the picture of the modern windbreaker also appeared in his mind. It likewise looked very cool, a set of magical clothes similar to the ordinary-looking clothes that Soft Feather was wearing. True Monarch Yellow Mountain smiled and said, "Open it. I can guarantee that it's something very suitable for you." Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and slowly opened the box. When the box was opened, bright light spread in all directions. The light was very bright. However, it was at the same time gentle and didn't hurt his eyes. Song Shuhang slightly narrowed his eyes and looked at the magical clothes inside the box. It was a green robe made of natural silk, and Song Shuhang wasn't able to make out the outline of this set of magical clothes. As far as he could see, this set of magical clothes was actually a bedsheet. The green-colored bedsheet had a check pattern with several black-lined rectangles drawn upon it, just like the bricks of a wall. Something's amiss. No matter how I look at it, there seems to be something wrong. Song Shuhang was unable to relate these bedsheet-like magical clothes to a Daoist robe or a scholarly robe. On the other hand, this check bedsheet made Song Shuhang remember about a very famous vestment. Song Shuhang's mind automatically rejected the name of that very famous vestment. It can't be, right? Senior Yellow Mountain can't have possibly decided to gift me that vestment, right? Perhaps there is something else concealed inside the bedsheet? What do you think? It's beautiful, isn't it? True Monarch Yellow Mountain said with a smile. Song Shuhang took a deep breath and asked, "Senior Yellow Mountain, do these magical clothes have a name?" "Yes, they have a pretty good name." True Monarch Yellow Mountain slightly nodded and said, "It's an emerald green Kasaya." A very refined name, isn't it? An emerald green asterisk 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 asterisk. Song Shuhang's brain automatically censored the word after emerald green. But even if his brain censored the word, it didn't change the fact that what he was holding was still an emerald green asterisk 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 asterisk. Song Shuhang was dumbstruck. He held onto the box and stood in place, looking very shaken. This gift from True Monarch Yellow Mountain had caught him off guard. After seeing Song Shuhang's surprised expression, True Monarch Yellow Mountain pinched his chin. It seemed the gift totally caught little friend Song Shuhang off guard. After seeing Song Shuhang's pleasantly surprised expression, true monarch Yellow Mountain felt an even greater sense of accomplishment. After all, it was always nice to see the pleasantly surprised expression of the other party while gifting them something. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. At this time, Guagua ran next to Song Shuhang while rubbing his butt. Now that Great Master Profound Principle was busy modifying his hand-guided tractor, he seized the opportunity to run to Song Shuhang's side. On Guagua's shoulder, Yu Jiaojiao was taking a nap. When Dudu and young Master Phoenix Slayer started their fight, Yu Jiaojiao quickly ran to Guagua's side. The little fish didn't want to be the innocent victim of a disaster. Eh? A Kasaya? After seeing the emerald green Kasaya in Song Shuhang's hands, Guagua beamed with joy. Senior brother Shuhang, have you finally made up your mind and decided to become a Buddhist monk? Like I said earlier, the shape of senior brother Shuhang's head is perfectly suitable to become a monk. Suitable to become a monk, monk. Song Shuhang stiffly turned his head around and forced a smile. Senior brother Shuhang, quickly put it on and let me see. I want to have a Kasaya too. But unfortunately, the disciples of the faraway wandering temple can obtain a vestment manufactured by the temple only after they reach the second stage realm. I really want to know how it feels to wear a Kasaya. An envious expression appeared in Guagua's eyes. The mini Yu Jiaojiao also woke up and turned her eyes around. After shrinking up, Yu Jiaojiao looked like a cute and small fairy. She gently clapped her claws and said, "Fellow Daoist Shuhang, try it out." Song Shuhang held the Kasaya with his trembling hands. Do I really have to wear this emerald green asterisk? True monarch Yellow Mountain heartily laughed and said, "Little friend Shuhang, wear it and let us have a look. The Kasaya has an automatic dust-proof feature. Don't worry, it won't get dirty." Song Shuhang. True monarch, that's not the problem. Song Shuhang felt his liver throb with pain. Senior Yellow Mountain, why did you gift me an emerald green asterisk? Moreover, Senior Yellow Mountain is clearly from a Daoist school. Why did he have a asterisk lying around in his treasure house? Song Shuhang took a deep breath and raised his head, looking at true monarch Yellow Mountain, Guagua, and Yu Jiaojiao. Forget it, even if it's a Kasaya, it's still a token of gratitude from Senior Yellow Mountain. At worst, I can just store it inside the size-reducing purse most of the time and wear it only before battles or while exploring secret realms and the likes. After thinking up to this point, Song Shuhang's heart finally calmed down. After all, he wasn't going to wear this gadget all the time. Fine, I'll wear it and let you have a look, Song Shuhang said. Then, he clenched his teeth and grabbed the emerald green Kasaya, starting to put it on. In the next moment, a photo flash flashed from a distant place. It was Soft Feather. She instantly immortalized the cool scene of Song Shuhang grabbing the Kasaya and draping it over his shoulders. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 29, Great Master Profound Principles Obsessive-Compulsive Disorder. Chapter 29, Great Master Profound Principles Obsessive-Compulsive Disorder. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Senior Song, you look incredibly handsome. The distant Soft Feather held her thumb up in approval. She was very earnest in her appraisal, and she truly thought that Song Shuhang looked really elegant and cool while putting on the Kasaya. It felt as though the Kasaya was perfectly suited for him. However, you wore it incorrectly, Senior Song. This is a Kasaya, not a cloak. After praising him, Soft Feather reminded Song Shuhang that he was wearing the Kasaya wrongly. Song Shuhang wasn't a Buddhist monk, and he had never worn a Kasaya before. Therefore, he decided to wear it just like he would wear a cloak, draping it over his shoulders from behind. Actually, Song Shuhang had no intention of wearing it properly. In his mind, he had decided to rename the emerald green Kasaya to emerald green cloak. He found that it looked especially cool if worn like a cloak. After thinking this much, Song Shuhang gave the thumbs up to Soft Feather and said, "It doesn't matter. It's fine as long as it looks good. Softfeather smiled and took several pictures of Song Shuhang, storing them amongst the source material of the Senior Songs Expression Package folder. Once Senior Songs Expression Package is completed, it will be the turn of Softfeather's Expression Package. Joys and sorrows must be shared, this is how things are supposed to be. Softfeather thought to herself. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. As soon as Song Shuhang finished his sentence, a figure stealthily appeared next to him. Immediately after, the thick and heavy hands of the figure gently patted on Song Shuhang's shoulder. Song Shuhang got a scare and turned his head around. It was at that time that he saw Great Master Profound Principle standing behind him, benevolently smiling at him. Great Master? Song Shuhang looked at Great Master Profound Principle in puzzlement. Great Master Profound Principle gently shook his head and stretched out his hands, removing Song Shuhang's emerald green kasaya. What is Great Master Profound Principle trying to do? Wait, is it possible that he took a liking to my emerald green kasaya? That would be great. Perhaps Great Master Profound Principle will take out a beautiful daoist or scholarly robe, or even a windbreaker and exchange them for the kasaya. However, this kasaya is still Senior Yellow Mountain's token of gratitude, it would be improper to casually trade it for something else. Just as Song Shuhang was deep in thoughts, Great Master Profound Principle draped the emerald green on his body once more. Afterward, he turned around and arrived in front of Song Shuhang, fastening the kasaya to his body bit by bit. Very soon, Song Shuhang was finally wearing the kasaya correctly. Great Master Profound Principle took 2 steps backward and pinched his chin, carefully sizing up Song Shuhang. Then, he smiled and nodded, looking very satisfied. Great Master Profound Principle joined his palms together and bowed to Song Shuhang. Then, he disappeared as quick as lightning. He came out of nowhere and disappeared the same way. Song Shuhang. After Great Master Profound Principle left, Guagua stealthily stretched his head and explained to Song Shuhang, the abbot suffers from a compulsive obsessive disorder, and he can't stand incorrectly worn monks' dresses and kasayas. The clothing must be perfectly aligned and none of the details neglected. He gets very angry whenever the disciples of the temple aren't wearing their clothes properly. Luckily, Senior Brother Shuhang isn't a disciple of our temple. Otherwise, the abbot would have punished you. Song Shuhang. At this time, Song Shuhang's bald head was refracting the rays of the sun, and he was wearing a well-ordered emerald green kasaya on his body. If the clothes below the kasaya were also changed into that of a monk and he were to hold a monk's staff in his hands, a freshly baked, Great Master Song Shuhang would suddenly come to life. Not bad, these clothes really suit you. True Monarch Yellow Mountain slightly nodded. A fellow daoist specialized in manufacturing magical clothes once told him that each set of magical clothes had a fated master. As soon as that person wore the clothes, one would think, these clothes were made solely for this cultivator. And this emerald green kasaya had been waiting for Song Shuhang's arrival all along. These clothes suited him so much that the two of them looked like a single entity. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber popped out of nowhere and asked, "Little friend Shuhang, do you want to try out the defensive powers of the kasaya?" "How should I try them?" Song Shuhang asked. Since he had already worn it, he might as well seize the opportunity and try out its defenses. As soon as he finished speaking, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber casually took out 2 small-caliber pistols and fired several bullets toward Song Shuhang's kasaya. Eh? Wasn't Senior Thrice Reckless naked when the disposable meteor sword 001 edition brought him here? Where did he get those pistols? Is it possible that he got them from some other senior while they were modifying the hand-guided tractors? Bang, bang, bang several bullets shot out. Thrice Reckless movements had been too fast and sudden. When Song Shuhang thought of dodging, the bullets already reached the kasaya. Right at this time, the emerald green kasaya slightly swelled. After the bullets hit it, they slightly sunk into it before getting bounced back with great force by the kasaya. The 6 bullets Thrice Reckless fired were all sent back and fell to the ground with jingling sounds. In the places hit by the bullets, Song Shuhang felt as though someone had gently poked him with their fingers. It didn't hurt at all, and he didn't even feel the impact. Outward appearance aside, the emerald green Kasaya was an excellent clothing with incredible defensive power. It was this strong even without activating the defensive formation engraved on it. Its defensive abilities are really something. Should we try something stronger? I know that fellow Daoist ancient lake temple is carrying around a powerful guided missile. Do you want to try that? Thrice reckless Mad Saber was getting ready to cause trouble. Song Shuhang fiercely shook his head. He shook it so strongly that he resembled a rattle drum. What nonsense was that? Even if the emerald green Kasaya could protect him from a missile or something similar, he absolutely didn't want to try it. This was the biggest difference between him and thrice reckless Mad Saber. Song Shuhang was someone that firmly refused to seek death, or at least, this was the plan. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. At this time, not too far from the grievance settling platform, an express delivery vehicle slowly sped toward the platform. It was a vehicle of China's Fengsho Express Delivery. The driver was a tall and stout man wearing Western clothes. The man in Western clothes had a strong build and a serious expression on his face, charming and manly at the same time. This man was precisely Fengsho Express Delivery Sima Jiang. Strange. How come the surrounding area changed so much? The previous time I came here, it was nothing like this, Sima Jiang muttered to himself. Just as he was speaking, he noticed that both the GPS on his vehicle and phone lost signal as though they had been blocked. But Sima Jiang didn't lose his calm. It wasn't his first time experiencing something of the sort. He calmly took out a map and looked at it for a while. Forget it. Since the surrounding area has changed so much, even the map is useless. I'll just proceed forward and wait until I meet someone to ask them the direction. After thinking this much, Sima Jiang kept driving in a straight line. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 430, Young Master Phoenix Slayer's Request. Chapter 430, Young Master Phoenix Slayer's Request. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Kurisu. Song Shuhang was completely stunned at this time. The reason for this bewilderment was that he wasn't able to take off his emerald green Kasaya. Let's explain what happened. After testing the defensive power of the emerald green Kasaya together with thrice reckless Mad Saber, Song Shuhang decided to take it off and store it inside his size-reducing purse. If there was a need to fight for justice, he could take it out and wear it, carrying out this cool transformation. But when he tried to take the Kasaya off, he discovered that it wouldn't come off no matter how hard he tried. It felt as though it was an extension of his body. Song Shuhang anxiously looked at True Monarch Yellow Mountain, seeking his help. True Monarch Yellow Mountain pondered for a moment and quickly remembered the reason. Then, he told Song Shuhang that the emerald green Kasaya had a very good built-in feature, the anti-theft feature. If the owner were to wear it correctly, the Kasaya would automatically link itself to its master. And thanks to the anti-theft feature, the Kasaya wouldn't come off unless the correct password was entered. The unlocking method consisted in condensing a stream of true qi on one's finger and orderly pressing 7 times on the checkered squares on the Kasaya. As if that wasn't enough, the method used was quite advanced. If one were to get the combination wrong for 7 consecutive times, the Kasaya would lock itself, not coming off for the next 7 days. Without the password, even an expert of the penniless thief sect capable of using the emptying miracle hands would be unable to take it off. Song Shuhang? Afterward, True Monarch Yellow Mountain told Song Shuhang that he lost the password and that he didn't remember it anymore. After all, it was only a set of magical clothes of the 2nd stage. After hearing this much, Song Shuhang felt his liver ache. Did he have no choice but to keep wearing the Kasaya? Luckily, True Monarch Yellow Mountain had the contact details of the manufacturer of the emerald green Kasaya. Later, he would send someone to ask the manufacturer what the password to unlock the Kasaya was. The only problem was that Song Shuhang would be unable to take it off until he managed to obtain the password. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. In the end, Song Shuhang had no choice but to keep wearing the Kasaya. Next, he silently moved to a side and started to practice with his saber. What he was practicing was the volume of the inverted scale saber technique. Although there were only 3 styles, the creator of this saber technique had a very wild imagination. Instead of creating a technique that would use the saber to attack, he created a way to use it to form an incredibly powerful defense. In the future, if Song Shuhang wanted to sweep several battlefields without suffering a single defeat, the 3 moves of the inverted scale saber technique were the way to go. Compared to his poor and non-existent talent in regards to sword techniques, Song Shuhang had a pretty good talent when it came to saber techniques. Even without someone guiding him, he could already roughly use 3 moves of the inverted scale saber technique after looking at them only twice. Of course, the version he was using right now had a fine appearance but no real substance. Properly grasping the inverted scale saber technique wasn't that easy. The way this saber technique worked was the opposite of ordinary saber techniques. While practicing, Song Shuhang felt that he lacked something. "Little friend Shuhang, are you practicing a saber technique?" A neutral voice echoed in Song Shuhang's ears. Song Shuhang turned his head around and saw that young Master Phoenix Slayer was standing behind him, smiling at him. Then, he pushed up his glasses, and a ray of wisdom flashed through his lenses. Senior Phoenix Slayer. Song Shuhang put the treasured saber broken tyrant away and said, "I'm trying to learn a few saber moves. Just now, I was trying to grasp the general meaning behind the technique." Young Master Phoenix Slayer slightly nodded and said, "Little friend is really talented when it comes to sabers." After the pleasantries, young Master Phoenix Slayer came straight to the point. "Little friend Shuhang, I can sense that someone is secretly monitoring you. Moreover, the opposite party seems to be harboring evil intentions," young Master Phoenix Slayer said in a low voice. Song Shuhang was surprised. Someone was monitoring him? Who could be it? Was it the limitless demon sect that young Master Hai was part of? Or was it one of those elite sea urchin warriors that had undergone the baptism of the 20 years of mandatory education manual? Or perhaps it was the influence behind that puppet called Shilan? "Do you want me to take care of the guys secretly monitoring you?" Young Master Phoenix Slayer pushed up his glasses, and rays of wisdom continuously flashed through his lenses. "Moreover, I can find all the ins and outs of the people monitoring you." Song Shuhang's eyes lit up. Then, he asked, "Senior Phoenix Slayer, what do you want me to do in exchange?" In the 9 provinces #1 group, people attached great importance to the equivalent exchange. It's very simple. Earlier, I told you that I've some reservation about the vehicles, right? Therefore, with a smile, young Master Phoenix Slayer said, "How about controlling my body to participate in the hand-guided tractor competition in my stead? After the end of the competition, regardless of the place or the time, I'll accompany you and ferret out these guys monitoring you, discovering which influence they belong to." "I'm supposed to control your body?" Song Shuhang was stunned. Soon after, he recalled the battle between Dudu and young Master Phoenix Slayer earlier. It seemed that young Master Phoenix Slayer possessed the ability to influence the minds of others and control their actions for a short period of time. But could his skill work in reverse and allow others to control his body as well? Song Shuhang asked out of curiosity, "How can I control your body? Does that mean that you comply?" "Actually, it's very simple. Come, look into my eyes," young Master Phoenix Slayer said. Song Shuhang unconsciously looked in young Master Phoenix Slayer's eyes. When the two of them looked into each other's eyes, young Master Phoenix Slayer quickly took off his glasses. In the next moment, Phoenix Slayer's eyes changed into a starry sky. Song Shuhang saw a vast world made of stars. In there, countless stars were shining brightly. He felt that his consciousness started fluttering. It fluttered and fluttered, until it entered that vast world made of stars. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. It was unknown for how long he floated about. It felt like an eternity, but at the same time, he felt as though everything was happening in the blink of an eye. Next, he experienced a zero-gravity feeling. Afterward, Song Shuhang finally returned to his senses. At this time, he thought of a matter and asked, "Senior Phoenix Slayer, in which way I can control your body?" Is it something like the shared senses of a ghost spirit? As soon as he said these words, Song Shuhang was stunned, because the voice he used to speak was that of young Master Phoenix Slayer. As if that wasn't enough, a bald young man with delicate features was standing right in front of him. At this time, the young man was about to fall to the ground. Song Shuhang subconsciously stretched his hand out, trying to support the falling familiar young man. However, there seemed to be a delay between his thoughts and actions. Approximately 3 seconds passed from when he thought of stretching his hand out to support the young man to when he actually stretched it out. Thereupon, he could only helplessly watch this handsome bald-headed man wearing a kasaya slowly but steadily fall to the ground. The shining bald head of the man bumped into the ground with a thud. Due to the rebound, the bald head shot up and bumped into the cold earth once more right after. It looked like a rather painful experience. Song Shuhang felt his heart ache, because the handsome baldy that fell to the ground was precisely little friend Song Shuhang. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 31, Mastering the Inverted Scale Saber Technique. Chapter 31, Mastering the Inverted Scale Saber Technique. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Kurisu. When he was told that he had to control young Master Phoenix Slayer's body, Song Shuhang thought that he would have to control it from a distance. Little did he expect that his consciousness would directly enter his body. As if that wasn't enough, his own body seemed to have fallen into a deep slumber due to his consciousness flying out. It almost felt as though his soul had been shifted to a different body. However, Song Shuhang knew that this wasn't a soul transferring technique. His soul was still within his original body, and only his consciousness had flown out and entered young Master Phoenix Slayer's body. What a strange ability! Song Shuhang thought to himself. The seniors of the 9 provinces #1 group were powerful experts with incredible abilities. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Anyway, since my consciousness was transferred to young Master Phoenix Slayer's body, where did his consciousness go? Is it inside my body? Song Shuhang shot a compassionate gaze at a little friend Song Shuhang from the viewpoint of an onlooker. After looking at himself lying on the ground, Song Shuhang felt particularly aggrieved. Therefore, Song Shuhang controlled young Master Phoenix Slayer's body once more and squatted down, trying to help himself up. When he tried to control young Master Phoenix Slayer's body, he still felt that delay. Only 3 seconds after he decided to help Song Shuhang up did the body actually perform the action. This lag was exaggerated. How could he replace young Master Phoenix Slayer and participate in the hand-guided tractor competition under these circumstances? In the competition, even a second could make the difference. The others would immediately dash forward with their rumbling tractors, while he would have to wait 3 seconds before moving. He would lose before even starting. Would I get a good beating if I were to justify it with this line, "Trash, this young master will give you an advantage of 3 seconds." The lag of 3 seconds became even scarier when he thought that there were things such as landmines, torpedoes, disposable flying swords, and so forth buried on the racetrack. All these things required the participants to react in the shortest time frame possible. Just thinking about the fact that he could react to the traps only after 3 seconds had passed made him feel that he didn't have many chances of winning. Song Shuhang felt his scalp go numb. Will I have to use my physical body to tank the landmines just like a mine roller, and break through all the traps buried on the racetrack with sheer physical strength? If there is no way to get rid of this lag, I can participate in the competition only for show, Song Shuhang muttered to himself. The only good thing was that this body belonged to young Master Phoenix Slayer. Therefore, he didn't need to worry if he had an arm or leg missing after the competition. As for the state of young Master Phoenix Slayer's body after the end of the competition, it would depend on his luck. With this lag of 3 seconds, Song Shuhang felt really powerless. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Just as his imagination was running wild, young Master Phoenix Slayer's body finally propped up little friend Song Shuhang. Then, after 3 more seconds, young Master Phoenix Slayer finally managed to look all around. After another 3 seconds, young Master Phoenix Slayer carried a little friend Song Shuhang toward a nearby wall, making him sit down. After 3 more seconds, young Master Phoenix Slayer got up and gazed at little friend Song Shuhang's lifeless body. A world where one had to wait 3 seconds to perform each action was surely maddening. If this were a video game, Song Shuhang would be madly pressing on the movement key. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. After seeing that his original body was still in a coma, Song Shuhang started to get worried. His consciousness was transferred to young Master Phoenix Slayer's body, but he had no idea where young Master Phoenix Slayer's consciousness went. What should I do with my body if I am to participate in the competition in young Master Phoenix Slayer's stead? Do I really have to leave it here in the open? But it might be troublesome if I do so. Especially with people secretly monitoring me. It seems I'll have to look for a secure place and place my body there. Just as Song Shuhang was in deep thoughts, 2 disciples of the Chu family quickly came over from a faraway place. At this time, there were many disciples of the Chu family in the surroundings of the grievance settling platform. Under the instructions of the family leader, quick-witted and capable disciples were sent over. The reason they came to the grievance settling platform was to take a look at what these powerful seniors were doing and give them a hand if they needed it. There was a chance the Chu family might profit from this if their luck was good. It would be great if these seniors took a liking to one of these disciples or decided to accept them as disciples inside their sects. The seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group didn't refuse their help and decided to give these disciples an opportunity to show off. While modifying the hand-guided tractors, the seniors indeed needed someone capable to give them a hand, and these disciples of the Chu family happened to come just at the right time. Actually, when the disciples of the Chu family discovered that the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group were modifying these hand-guided tractors to participate in a competition, they almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Luckily, the family leader chose only those that were capable and quick-witted. Therefore, they quickly adjusted their state of mind and devoted themselves to the work, enthusiastically helping the seniors. Let alone hand-guided tractors, if these seniors wanted to modify tricycles and participate into a tricycle competition, they would still give their all and enthusiastically help them. As long as they could form a good relationship with them, it was all worth it. As for how they did it, it didn't really matter. Senior Phoenix Slayer. The 2 disciples of the Chu family came over and greeted young Master Phoenix Slayer. The 2 disciples were a man and a woman and seemed to be in their 20s. They seemed rather quick-witted from the looks in their eyes. 3 seconds later, young Master Phoenix Slayer turned his head around and faintly smiled at the 2 disciples, saying, "Hey, Senior, as requested, we came to look after Mr. Song Shuhang. Feel relieved, we'll meticulously take care of him until the end of the hand-guided tractor competition, nothing will happen to him," the 2 disciples said with a smile. This duty where they had to look after someone was a good opportunity to get closer to young Master Phoenix Slayer. After hearing the words of these disciples of the Chu family, Song Shuhang had an epiphany. Young Master Phoenix Slayer had already prepared everything. Thereupon, 3 seconds later, young Master Phoenix Slayer continued smiling and, with a nod, he said, "Then, I'll leave this little friend to you. Properly look after him and you shall receive a good reward later." "Thank you, Senior Phoenix Slayer," the 2 disciples said happily. Afterward, one of them moved to the right and the other one to the left. They propped Song Shuhang up together and brought him to a nearby car. They had driven that car here from the Chu family, and now, it just so happened that they could use it as a place where Song Shuhang could rest. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Song Shuhang faintly sighed and looked toward the place where the hand-guided tractors were being modified. By relying on his memory, he shot a glance toward the place where young Master Phoenix Slayer was modifying his hand-guided tractor earlier. In there, 3 disciples of the Chu family were carrying out the last finishing touches on young Master Phoenix Slayer's modified hand-guided tractor. Afterward, they also sprayed the vehicle number on the tractor. The number was 44. It was a number that gave one a bad premonition. 1. From the looks of it, young Master Phoenix Slayer had already finished modifying his hand-guided tractor before allowing Song Shuhang to control his body. The waterproof formation and whatnot must have been already taken care of, and that was a relief. At least, he wouldn't have to worry about the tractor suddenly plunging into the water as soon as they reached the section on the sea because it didn't have the correct formations engraved on it. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Since he still had a bit of time, Song Shuhang pondered for a moment and squatted down, picking up the treasured saber-broken tyrant on the ground. His body was propped up by the 2 disciples of the Chu family earlier and taken somewhere else, but the treasured saber-broken tyrant was left behind. After picking up the saber, Song Shuhang decided to keep practicing the inverted scale saber technique. Perhaps there was this lag between his consciousness and young Master Phoenix Slayer's body because he wasn't accustomed to it. If that was the case, doing some exercise and practicing the inverted scale saber technique for a while might allow him to synchronize his consciousness with young Master Phoenix Slayer's body. It would be great if he could get rid of this absurd lag of 3 seconds before the start of the competition. 3 seconds later, young Master Phoenix Slayer started displaying the inverted scale saber technique. Dragon dance style, the saber changed into a dancing dragon, and 1,000 evils could not harm one's body. Dragon scale style, the saber turned into the scales of a dragon, protecting one's body all over. Inverted scale style, this was the move with the strongest defense. Although the delay was still there, Song Shuhang was able to slowly display the 3 styles. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. After the 3rd time, Song Shuhang felt a miraculous glow flash through his mind. Countless ideas gushed out of his mind and poured into his consciousness. The miraculous glow and the sudden explosion of ideas consisted in nearly 100 different understandings of the inverted scale saber technique and more than 30 different understandings of basic saber techniques. Song Shuhang felt his brain incredibly clear. Therefore, he tried to perform the inverted scale saber technique once more. 3 seconds later, young Master Phoenix Slayer's body wielded the saber once again. Dragon dance style. The saber moved forward and slashed, resembling a huge dancing dragon. Song Shuhang could even faintly hear the intermittent cry of a dragon transmit from Broken Tyrant. When he used the dragon dance style, the saber seemed to have transformed into a real dragon that was soaring in the skies. Once the move was unleashed, it could wipe out any attack aimed at Song Shuhang. Next, they tried the 2nd style, the dragon scale style. A huge amount of spiritual energy gushed out of young Master Phoenix Slayer's body, pouring inside Broken Tyrant. When the dragon scale style was used, the spiritual energy changed into saber chi, and the saber chi changed into dragon scales. When he used this style, Song Shuhang could see an indistinct huge azure dragon coiling around his body like a snake and protecting him from all attacks. At this time, Song Shuhang felt as though God himself was helping him. Although he could only use a very rough version of the inverted scale saber technique earlier, he was using it like an expert right now. Then, he used the last style, the inverted scale style. The treasured saber Broken Tyrant gently spun while in Song Shuhang's hand, turning upside down. Soon after, the blade drew a semicircle in front of Song Shuhang from a very weird angle. This curved slash was the so-called inverted scale of the dragon. It was protecting the sole weakness in the dragon's body and was at the same time the place with the strongest defense. Song Shuhang found this style very difficult to understand. Why was this slash that formed a semicircle in front of his body the strongest amongst the 3 styles of the inverted scale saber technique? When he used young Master Phoenix Slayer's body to perform the inverted scale style, Song Shuhang felt a heroic feeling well up in his heart. He felt that no matter how powerful the attack of the enemy was, as long as they dared to attack him head-on, he could surely block their attack with the inverted scale style. Of course, Song Shuhang knew that this feeling was nothing but an illusion. If the attack of the enemy was too strong, they could reduce him to ashes even with something like a fireball. But at this time, Song Shuhang had more or less understood why the inverted scale style was stronger compared to the other 2 styles. Song Shuhang's comprehension or skill level in regards to the inverted scale saber technique had already reached the necessary level. When he used the inverted scale style earlier, his understanding in regards to the inverted scale saber technique finally reached the master level. Whether it was a martial skill, a cultivation technique, or a magical technique, its level could be divided into 4 categories based on the skills of the user. A person that had just started understanding a martial skill was at the beginner level. Someone that had a good amount of knowledge about the technique was at the intermediate level. Someone that had practiced it to perfection was at the master level. And finally was the great master level, where one had trained the technique until developing their own special style. Unlike cultivation levels, skill categories weren't that clear. Only the user could roughly estimate its level regarding a certain skill. Of course, Song Shuhang didn't really know how skills were ranked. He only knew that he had perfectly mastered the inverted scale saber technique after practicing for times. Young Master Phoenix Slayer finally stopped. What happened just now? Earlier, I was only capable of using a rough version of the inverted scale saber technique. How is it possible that I perfectly learned it after using it for about 4 times while inside young Master Phoenix Slayer's body? Is my talent so incredible when it comes to saber techniques? Song Shuhang said in puzzlement. Wasn't this natural talent a bit too heaven-defying? No, that wasn't it. The reason he was able to comprehend the inverted scale saber technique was that close to 100 different inspirations of saber techniques and more than 30 different understandings of basic saber techniques suddenly resurfaced in his mind. Thanks to these inspirations and understandings, he was able to quickly grasp the inverted scale saber technique. And this mind wasn't that of little friend Song Shuhang, but that of young Master Phoenix Slayer. Both the miraculous glow and the realizations all came from young Master Phoenix Slayer's brain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 432, Senior, can I borrow your brain for a bit? Chapter 432, Senior, can I borrow your brain for a bit? Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Was this considered borrowing a chicken to lay eggs? Or to put it more accurately, borrowing a senior's brain to practice saber techniques? Song Shuhang felt that leveling up skills this way was simply too awesome. If he could get rid of that lag, it would be even more perfect. Thereupon, since he could control this body only for a limited amount time, Song Shuhang didn't waste time. He placed the treasured saber broken tyrant on the ground and started displaying all the cultivation or magical techniques in his possession. Basic Buddhist fist technique, true self-meditation scripture, virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk, immovable body of the Buddha, and the huge whale chapter of the 33 divine beasts technique. Then, it was the turn of the 3 small tricks based on the usage of mental energy, as well as the lightning palm and the fire controlling art. He even decided to use the turtle breathing technique and the battery charging technique while he was at it. The only technique he didn't dare to use was the roaring lions technique. After all, if he were to suddenly roar and disturb the other seniors while they were modifying their hand-guided tractors, they might get angry. It would be tragic if the methods they had prepared for true monarch White Crane ended up being used on him instead. The results of the training session were amazing. Whether it was the basic Buddhist fist technique, the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk, the lightning palm, or the fire-controlling art, Song Shuhang felt that the level of these skills had gone up by a notch. Since he had had many fortuitous and deadly encounters lately, Song Shuhang's realm had increased very quickly, reaching the 2nd stage realm in less than 2 months. Therefore, the level of his skills was slightly lower than that of his peers in the same realm. After all, ordinary cultivators took years to reach the 2nd stage realm and not months. Therefore, their skills were at a very high level. In particular, the skills they had used to build their foundation in the 1st stage were at least at the master level. On the other hand, although he had diligently practiced every day, Song Shuhang had trained for less than 2 months in the end. Even the basic Buddhist fist technique that he had practiced day and night for all this time was still at that intermediate level, and he was not even halfway through his way to the master level. Although he used the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk whenever he had the chance, this technique was also only about to enter the intermediate level. On the other hand, the magical technique a lightning palm was still at the beginner level. But at this time, Song Shuhang could use young Master Phoenix Slayer's brain to train them. As a consequence, the level of his skills rose sharply. Whether they were fist techniques, footwork, cultivation techniques, or magical techniques, after using them 2-3 times, he reached the master level. This feeling was simply too amazing, and even that lag of 3 seconds became somewhat cute in his eyes. Although his realm hadn't increased, Song Shuhang was sure that his fighting capacity would increase by a whole rank after his consciousness returned to his body. Practicing while controlling someone else's body is truly wonderful. Later, if I don't comprehend a saber or cultivation technique properly, I might look for Senior Phoenix Slayer and have him help me. Song Shuhang muttered to himself. As for the wording to use while asking for his help, which one was the best? Senior Phoenix Slayer, there is a problem. Even after practicing the XXX technique for a while, I wasn't able to understand it properly. Can you lend me your head, Tua, your mind for a while so that I can practice it to perfection? It had a nice ring to it. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. There is still the flaming saber technique left. Song Shuhang controlled young Master Phoenix Slayer's body and raised the treasured saber Broken Tyrant. Deist priest Scarlet Heaven taught him this saber technique in the memories of the loose cultivator Li Tiansu. Although Scarlet Heaven said that it was a very ordinary saber technique that could be found everywhere, Song Shuhang felt that this wasn't truly the case, and he was sure of it as his understanding of the technique was getting deeper. However, both his realm and level of the flaming saber technique were insufficient to bring out the full potential and power of the technique. If he could borrow young Master Phoenix Slayer's brain and increase his understanding of this skill and bring out its real power, perhaps he wouldn't lose so easily anymore. Said and done. Song Shuhang recalled the scene of Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven displaying the flaming saber technique and tried to visualize that saber intent capable of burning the world. Soon after, he spun his wrist. The flaming saber slashed as saber light flashed, swift and violent. 3 seconds later, Song Shuhang blinked his eyes. What? Where are the flames? Shouldn't there be flames burning on the saber at this point? Right now, there wasn't anything on the blade of the saber. Moreover, young Master Phoenix Slayer's brain didn't offer any inspiration pertaining to the flaming saber technique or other understandings about basic saber techniques. It didn't work? Song Shuhang furrowed his brows. Is it possible that I used the wrong stance while performing the technique? Therefore, he recalled once more the scene of Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven unleashing his saber intent and spun his wrist, slashing once more. The saber light flashed. But just like before, nothing happened. 3 seconds later, Song Shuhang stopped performing the flaming saber technique and started to ponder. From the looks of it, the flaming saber technique was different from the other techniques he practiced. Even with the help of young Master Phoenix Slayer's brain, he was unable to increase the level of this particular technique. Later, I'll have to put in more effort while practicing the flaming saber technique, Song Shuhang thought to himself. It was worth it on his part to put more effort and energy into this rather uncommon version of the flaming saber technique. Perhaps he might be able to burn the sun, the moon, the sky, the earth, and the oceans with one slash just like Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven one day. Just as he was in deep thoughts, the disciples that were helping young Master Phoenix Slayer spray the hand-guided tractor finished their job and came toward him. They came over to tell him that the hand-guided tractor had been thoroughly modified. After young Master Phoenix Slayer finished modifying his tractor, the other fellow Taoists also finished their modifications one after another. Now, they only had to wait for Venerable White to contact the referee, and have the spectators come over. Then, the hand-guided tractor competition would be finally able to commence. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. In the meantime, as before, Fengsho Express Delivery Sima Jiang was still driving, traveling further and further on this unfamiliar road. It can't be. I really lost my way. Sima Jiang stopped the car and rubbed his temples, his expression one of worry. He had no idea what happened in this place, but the surrounding area had changed completely. Even after driving on this road for quite a while, he still managed to lose his way and return to his original position. It felt as though he had been driving in circles for the whole time. One could only say that his luck wasn't too good today. When the Chu family and the Illusory Sword School battled on the grievance settling platform earlier this morning, the two factions had some of their experts come over and arrange a few low-level illusory formations in the surrounding area so as to avoid ordinary people rushing toward the grievance settling platform and interrupting the matches. Normally speaking, the members of the two factions would remove the formations after the end of the battle. But today's battles were a bit out of the ordinary. After their defeat, the Illusory Sword School left the grievance settling platform in low spirits, and since there were many powerful seniors in the camp of the Chu family, none of their disciples dared to stay behind and remove the illusory formations. As for the people of the Chu family, they quickly hurried back to their clan since something unexpected happened, forgetting to send someone to remove the formations. As a consequence, Sima Jiang was now thoroughly lost inside the formation and kept driving in circles. Ah! How good it would be if a kind-hearted person were to come over so that I could ask them for directions, Sima Jiang muttered to himself. Perhaps because he gathered some luck after delivering so many packages for the members of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the sound of a racing car transmit from behind. Sima Jiang happily turned his head around and looked behind. But in the next moment, his face slightly twitched, because he saw a vehicle shaped after a dugout canoe quickly dashing toward him while emitting the rumbling sound of a racing car. As if that wasn't enough, the speed of this thing was extremely quick. What is this gadget? Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Name, Su Wenqiu. Gender, male. Dao name, saber-carrying scholar. This man was the only son of true monarch Eternal Fire, a member of the White Cloud Academy. At the age of 48, he was already a cultivator of the 3rd stage Battle King realm. Ju Li's sweetheart, teacher Ouyang Yuan, was also a member of the White Cloud Academy. In the recent years, the members of the scholarly faction distanced themselves from the world and rarely showed their faces around. One time, Su Clan 7 thought of looking for a scholar for a fight, but no matter how he looked around, he simply couldn't find one. Su Wenqiu was the same as most scholarly disciples, and he liked to live a simple life. It was worth mentioning that Su Wenqiu's real Dao name was Jade Sword Scholar. One time, while he was fighting against the disciple of a demonic sect, his sword was broken to pieces by the heavy weapon of the opposite party. At that time, he resolutely picked up a big hacking saber from the ground and used it to execute his sword techniques. The display of strength was overbearing, and the enemy was forced to retreat in defeat again and again. Later, when the reinforcements of the White Cloud Academy came over and saw the scene, the nickname saber-carrying scholar passed from mouth to mouth, and unknowingly, whenever Su Wenqiu was mentioned, they would think of the name saber-carrying scholar. On the contrary, no one remembered his real Dao name, Jade Sword Scholar. Su Wenqiu? At this time, Su Wenqiu was driving his personal racing car, the Lonely Boat, and planning to head toward the coastal area. He had an appointment with several friends and was now looking for the place where they were going to race. Moreover, he heard from his father True Monarch Eternal Fire that a senior was holding a very special competition on the coastal area. Apparently, this competition also consisted in vehicles racing against each other. His father had been invited to this competition as a referee, and the place where that competition was held was also the coastal area. Su Wenqiu really liked racing and found it very interesting. As soon as he was done racing with his friends, he would head toward that other competition to take a look. But just as he was driving, he saw an express delivery vehicle that had stopped on the edge of the road ahead, its owner wearing a worried expression on his face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 433, The Seasoned Driver Ran into Some Difficulties. Chapter 433, The Seasoned Driver Ran into Some Difficulties. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Kurisu. Su Wenqiu was a real gentleman, and just like every gentleman, he had a gentle heart and would help others on own initiative. Thereupon, he slowed down in his lonely boat and approached the express delivery vehicle. When he moved closer to the vehicle, Su Wenqiu furrowed his brows. He noticed that he was now inside a formation set up by a cultivator. An illusory formation? This explains everything. That little brother barged into the illusory formation by mistake and got lost. Su Wenxiu immediately understood what was going on. He was now clear why the man ahead seemed so worried. But since someone arranged a formation here, he had to be careful. If there was an illusory formation in place, the person that arranged it didn't want ordinary people to get involved in the matter. Therefore, there was a chance that cultivators might be fighting amongst themselves, or that something that couldn't be shown to mortals was happening on the other side. Such being the case, he had to quickly get this little brother out of this place. Moreover, he had to keep a certain distance so as to avoid running into something unexpected. Just as he was pondering, Su Wenxiu already arrived next to the express delivery vehicle. Eh? This vehicle isn't bad. This express delivery vehicle was meticulously modified. Su Wenxiu had a keen vision. He needed but a glance to determine that the vehicle ahead wasn't an ordinary one. From the outside, the vehicle resembled an ordinary van. But the tires, the body, the glasses, and the rumbling engine had all been modified. If this express delivery vehicle were to dash forward at full speed, it would be quite fast. Interesting. There is still a long way to the coastal area. Such being the case, I might as well have a small race with this little brother, satisfying his desire to race. Of course, if the other party didn't want to race, he wouldn't force him. After all, the people of the White Cloud Academy were all gentlemen. After thinking up to this point, Su Wenxiu stopped his lonely boats next to the express delivery vehicle. No matter from which angle one looked at it, the lonely boat seemed to be nothing but a small wooden boat, and as a matter of fact, it was indeed a small wooden boat. Its predecessor was White Cloud Academy's signature means of transportation, the Heavenly Boat. 3 years ago, one of the heavenly boats got damaged and couldn't be repaired anymore. Therefore, Su Wenxiu begged his father to give him the damaged heavenly boat, and after modifying it, he turned it into his personal racing vehicle, the Lonely Boat. After stopping his vehicle, he lowered the glass of the window, waving his hand at the little brother driving the van. "Little brother, are you perhaps in trouble? Do you need help?" Sima Jiang had a calm expression on his face at this time. He was a seasoned man that had seen great storms. Although the shape of the other party's racing car was rather odd, perhaps it was their hobby. And Sima Jiang wasn't someone that would criticize other people's hobbies. After all, he was a professional. Sima Jiang nodded and said, "Yes, younger brother. I indeed run into some troubles. I've lost my way, and even after roaming in this place for a while, I was unable to get out." Su Wenxiu looked like someone in his 20s. Therefore, Sima Jiang unconsciously called him younger brother. "Ha ha, this road is indeed somewhat strange," Su Wenxiu said with a smile. Then, he looked at Sima Jiang and lifted his brows. "Little brother, your vehicle is rather cool. It seems you put a lot of effort into it, right?" After hearing this much, Sima Jiang immediately beamed with joy. He had finally met someone with similar interests. "Hee, thanks. Actually, I modified it so that I could easily deliver packages in all sorts of environment. I made sure that it could travel on all kinds of terrain. After modifying it for a while, it turned into its current appearance." Afterward, Sima Jiang likewise praised the racing car of the youngster before his eyes. "Younger brother, your car is also rather amusing. This shape is unique, and its speed also seems quite fast. Although the model is strange, the speed of that gadget was quite something. It seems this younger brother spent quite a bit of money on it." "Hee, little brother, you're overpraising. Do you want to race with me?" Su Wenxiu smiled as he raised his brows. After hearing these words, Sima Jiang shook his head somewhat embarrassed. He pointed toward the huge package in the rear and said, "I'm afraid I'll have to pass. I still have that package to deliver." "That's really unfortunate." Su Wenxiu gently smiled and said, "In that case, follow me. I'll help you leave this place. However, make sure to closely follow behind me. If you fall behind, you might end up returning to your original position." Sima Jiang said gratefully, "I see, thank you very much, younger brother." "You're welcome. It's really nothing." Su Wenxiu waved his hand and closed the glass of the window of the lonely boat. Soon after, he pressed on the accelerator, and in a mere second, the lonely boat reached a speed higher than 100 kilometers per hour, rushing forward with a whistle sound. In the rear, Sima Jiang forced a smile. If he had to closely follow behind him while he was going at this speed, how was that any different than racing? However, he didn't have the time to think about this trivial stuff. The most important thing was to follow that youngster and leave this damnable place. Therefore, Sima Jiang also pressed on the accelerator. The engine of the cumbersome express delivery vehicle roared, and the whole vehicle dashed forward at high speed. Although Su Wenxiu had put some distance between him and the express delivery vehicle when the latter started moving, Sima Jiang was still able to closely follow behind the lonely boat and wasn't left too far behind. Due to the cumbersome body of the vehicle, it was inevitable that it would start off slowly. But once it started, its performance was excellent and the speed kept increasing, making it gain great momentum. In the front, the corner of Su Wenxiu's mouth rose. As expected, it was a good vehicle. If they were to meet up again, he would really like to race with him. The two vehicles sped forward while maintaining their respective positions. Very soon, they got past the illusory formation. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. After traveling on the road for another small section, I can finally part ways with that little brother, Su Wenxiu muttered to himself. Just as he pondering, his complexion suddenly changed. He immediately took his foot off the accelerator and reduced his speed. With his sharp senses, he was able to sense a bunch of powerful presences in the front-west direction. There were more than 45th stage spiritual emperors, and there were also several other presences that were as strong as his father, true monarch eternal fire. Sheet, did I come to the wrong place? Su Wenxiu thought to himself. At first, he was thinking of keeping this little brother away from the illusory formation and the cultivators inside. But he didn't think that they would end up on the wrong side of the formation, directly rushing toward the place where the cultivators were. And judging from their powerful presences, there was a get-together of senior cultivators ahead. This is bad, we can't keep going forward. If we show up without being invited, those senior cultivators might get angry. And this is while ignoring the fact that I even brought a mortal along. If it's really a get-together of senior cultivators and they are discussing profound principles, there are bound to be strange phenomena appearing here and there. If an ordinary person were to get too close to the discussing seniors and was influenced by them, this person might end up in a life-threatening situation. Since there is still some distance, I should have that little brother make a U-turn and leave this place immediately. Su Wenxiu thought to himself. Thereupon, he changed his direction and prepared to enter the illusory formation once more. This time, he was planning to get out from the other side of the formation. But just as he was about to turn around, he saw something ahead flashing and flying toward him. What's that thing? From the looks of it, it seems a hidden weapon or something similar. But whatever that thing was, he was currently going at a very fast speed and didn't want to bump into it. Therefore, he quickly turned the car around, elegantly dodging the incoming object. The degree of difficulty of this beautiful dodge was of at least 9.98 points. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Su Wenxiu relied on this superior reflexes as a cultivator and the features of the lonely boat to dodge the incoming hidden weapon. But the same couldn't be said for Sima Jiang, who was closely following behind. He didn't have such incredible reflexes, and his vehicle wasn't that incredible either. Therefore, that glistening hidden weapon quickly pasted on his vehicle. Sima Jiang didn't even have the time to dodge. Before he could even react, that thing was already pasted on his windshield. Sima Jiang got a scare. At last, he finally saw what that shining thing was. Apparently, it was something that resembled a talisman paper. To be more precise, it was an A4 paper full of strange runes. The only peculiar thing about this paper was that it was emitting a blinding light. What's that thing? Sima Jiang muttered in puzzlement. Just as he was in deep thoughts, the speed of his vehicle suddenly rose. In mere 2 seconds, its speed went off the charts. It literally went off the charts. In the blink of an eye, it was already over 300 kilometers per hour and kept increasing. F*CK, what's happening? My vehicle can't be this cool, it can't be this fast. The brakes. I have to quickly apply the brakes. Sima Jiang immediately took his foot off the accelerator and pressed the brake pedal. The speed of the vehicle started to slowly decrease, however, it was still extremely fast. Even if he wasn't pressing the accelerator, just by relying on the accumulated inertia, the vehicle was still going really fast. The scariest thing was that although he had stepped on the brake, the vehicle was taking a long time to slow down, and while he was trying to slow down, the speed seemed to have started increasing again. What's happening? I've already taken my foot off the accelerator and stepped on the brake, and yet, why is my speed increasing instead of decreasing? Is the brake malfunctioning? Or did I make a mistake and press the accelerator instead of the brake? No, that's impossible. Sima Jiang was a seasoned driver and wouldn't make such a stupid mistake. But what was happening at this time? Although he was applying the brakes, the vehicle was getting faster and faster. Stop! Damn it, stop! Sima Jiang shouted. He tightly held the steering wheel and concentrated so as to avoid bumping into something while the speed of his vehicle was this fast. What could he do in such a situation? In the rear, Su Wenxiu opened his eyes wide as he gazed at the madly dashing express delivery vehicle. That was fast! Su Wenxiu said. From the viewpoint of an average person, the speed of that vehicle had broken through all limits. However, the vehicle seemed to be out of control at this time. That's bad. If this keeps going, that little brother will be in danger. Little brother, quickly step on the brake. I'm coming to help you. Su Wenxiu shouted from behind. With the usage of true qi, he was able to clearly relay the message to Sima Jiang. I'm already stepping on the brake. Sima Jiang replied. But it doesn't seem to have any effect. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 34, The Huge Express Delivery Box. Chapter 34, The Huge Express Delivery Box. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Kurisu. Su Wenxiu really wished he had already reached the 4th stage and could ride a flying sword. That way, he could have easily rescued that little brother on the express delivery vehicle. This is bad. The place ahead is precisely where those senior cultivators are gathered. Su Wenxiu said anxiously. If the cultivators ahead were from Daoist, Buddhist, or scholarly schools, they wouldn't mind if a mortal barged into their territory by mistake. At most, they would erase his memories. But if they were cultivators from a demonic or monster school, Sima Jiang might be in danger. Su Wenxiu quickly turned around his lonely boat and followed behind Sima Jiang. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. At this time, the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group had already noticed Sima Jiang and his express delivery vehicle rushing toward the grievance settling platform. What's happening? An ordinary person is coming over? Doesn't that vehicle seem to be out of control? Moreover, the speed of the vehicle is also not quite right. It has already surpassed the limit of ordinary vehicles. There are traces of the usage of a magical technique on the vehicle. Did someone use a speed increasing formation on it? So, who is going to stop that van? If it keeps going on like that, it might bump into the hand-guided tractors and destroy them. At this time, True Monarch White Crane volunteered and said, I'll go. I have a purifying technique that can remove the effects and after-effects of other magical techniques. True Monarch White Crane felt that its current situation wasn't too good, and the other fellow Taoists were looking daggers at it from time to time. Now that Venerable White wasn't here, True Monarch White Crane was rather clear-headed and wasn't in its hardcore fan mode. Therefore, it knew that it was the right time to act and gain a few brownie points in the eyes of the other fellow Taoists. In any case, it wasn't going to lose anything, and it was just a small effort for it. If it could gain a few brownie points now, perhaps it would suffer less during the hand-guided tractor competition? Thereupon, True Monarch White Crane soared into the sky, gracefully landing on the roof of the van. Soon, it found what made the vehicle go out of control. Found it! This A4 paper seems to be the cause of this sudden outburst of speed. True monarch white crane was currently invisible. Therefore, Sima Jiang couldn't see it. It seems I won't need to use any purifying technique. As long as I tear this paper off, the speed of the car should drop, True monarch white crane said. But using an A4 paper to create a functioning speed-increasing formations was something very impressive. Just what kind of frightening knowledge had the person who created this formation in the field of runes reached? Just as it was in deep thoughts, True monarch white crane stretched its hand out, preparing to tear off the A4 paper. But as soon as it touched the paper, its hand stiffened. Eh? This aura, there is no mistake. This is Senior White's aura. True monarch white crane immediately entered its incurable hardcore fan mode. However, there is not much of Senior White's aura. It seems that someone has carried out some modification using the A4 talisman paper that Senior White prepared as a base. But it's still an A4 talisman paper that Senior White manufactured personally. It's a priceless treasure. True monarch white crane said excitedly. I must treasure this A4 talisman paper and place it inside my top secret holdings. In the future, if I manage to convince Senior White to marry me, these things will become the proof of my love. Just like that, True monarch white crane got lost in its fantasies with no way to free itself. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. As a consequence, the express delivery vehicle kept accelerating and accelerating, without any sign of stopping. If it kept going on like this, it would really bump into the hand-guided tractors on the other side. What is True monarch white crane doing? In what kind of strange state did it fell into? You can't rely on that crane in critical times. Forget it, who is going to stop the van? Just as they were discussing, a form suddenly drilled out of the group of fellow Taoists. Eh? Fellow Daoist Phoenix Slayer? Northern River's loose cultivator said in puzzlement. Since when did young Master Phoenix Slayer become so active? He was completely different from his usual self. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, or Song Shuhang if you prefer, was also a little depressed at this time. By relying on young Master Phoenix Slayer's keen senses, he noticed the express delivery vehicle while it was still very far away, and that the driver was Little Jiang, someone he knew. As soon as he saw Little Jiang, he subconsciously thought of moving forward to stop the vehicle, saving him. After all, he was an acquaintance. But in the next moment, Song Shuhang remembered that he was currently inside young Master Phoenix Slayer's body and that there was a lag of 3 seconds between his each and every action. If he were to lend a hand, he might end up causing a disaster instead. Since Sima Jiang's life was at stake, Song Shuhang didn't dare to be careless. Therefore, he decided to request the nearby seniors to save Sima Jiang. But just as he was thinking this, young Master Phoenix Slayer's body dashed forward and went to the rescue. The thought about rescuing Sima Jiang finally kicked in, and now that 3 seconds had passed, his body faithfully executed it. But when he was halfway there, young Master Phoenix Slayer's body suddenly stopped. Because that thought from earlier, when Song Shuhang decided not to carelessly take action as to avoid endangering Sima Jiang, finally took effect. As a consequence, the situation changed. Young Master Phoenix Slayer shot out of the group of cultivators and coolly stopped on the trajectory of the express delivery vehicle. The express delivery vehicle madly dashed toward him. At this time, young Master Phoenix Slayer was also invisible. Therefore, Sima Jiang had no way of seeing him. Song Shuhang exclaimed, "Damn it!" It seemed he had to plan things ahead in order to reduce the influence of the lag of 3 seconds. The speed of the vehicle was getting faster and faster, and it was about to bump into young Master Phoenix Slayer. Young Master Phoenix Slayer's body automatically reacted, instinctively protecting itself. He raised both his hands and his sapphire finger ring emitted a blinding light. In the next moment, 4 blue-colored shields appeared in front of his body. They all looked very sturdy. Eh? Wait, this is bad. If I use a shield to forcefully stop the vehicle, Sima Jiang might die due to the impact. This thought resurfaced in Song Shuhang's mind. When he thought this, the force shield suddenly changed. The originally sturdy ice blue shield started to ripple, changing into what resembled liquid. Bang! The express delivery vehicle bumped into the 4 liquid shields. The impact was so powerful that the first 2 layers of liquid defense were broken through. But the 3rd and 4th layers were very elastic and thus completely enwrapped the express delivery vehicle. Moreover, the shields had rebounding properties and made the express delivery bounce back, overturning it. Just in this fashion, the vehicle overturned like a tortoise and was now unable to move. In the end, they managed to safely stop it. Song Shuhang temporarily heaved a sigh of relief. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Perhaps because Sima Jiang accidentally pressed a button when the vehicle overturned, the rear compartment of the van suddenly opened. Soon after, a box that was 2 meters in length and half a meter in width dropped out of the vehicle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 35, I have comprehended the starter pistol formula. Chapter 35, I have comprehended the starter pistol formula. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Kurisu. When he saw the express delivery box, the corner of Song Shuhang's eyes twitched. This size and this shape, it almost felt as though Soft Feather and Su Clan 16 would suddenly pop out of it. Not good. I'm pressed beneath the vehicle. At this time, a voice echoed in Song Shuhang's ears. 3 seconds later, young Master Phoenix Slayer lowered his head. It was at that time that he saw True Monarch White Crane pressed beneath the roof of the overturned vehicle. From this scene, it really resembled one of those tragic traffic accidents. But True Monarch White Crane's delighted expression somewhat destroyed the feeling of a tragic traffic accident. At this time, True Monarch White Crane was carefully holding an A4 paper in its hands. Above the paper was an altered version of a runic formation, the speed increasing formation, and a powerful wind-type impetus formation. True Monarch White Crane carefully put the A4 paper away. It didn't matter which fellow Daoist of the group lost the A4 paper, now that it had fallen in its hands, it belonged to itself. After all, it was a treasure related to Senior White. After losing the speed-increasing properties of the A4 paper, the express delivery vehicle, which was still trying to accelerate, finally calmed down. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Song Shuhang glanced at the insides of the vehicle. The airbag had popped out and Sima Jiang was unconscious. Even if the shield's young Master Phoenix Slayer materialized changed into liquid form, they weren't able to completely offset the powerful impact created by the vehicle. Part of the impact ended up affecting the express delivery vehicle and Sima Jiang. Song Shuhang sighed and controlled young Master Phoenix Slayer's body. Then, he got inside the van from the rear and carried the unconscious Sima Jiang out. When he came out of the vehicle, he saw the express delivery box fallen to the ground. Song Shuhang inspected the box and quickly found the sheet with the information pertaining to the express delivery. The name of the sender wasn't on the information sheet, and in the addressee field were written the following words, only to be opened by my dear friend Chu Kangwa. Additionally, there was the address of a village in the outskirts of the Chu family. This periphery village had been built so that the Chu family could receive express delivery from ordinary people, as well as to allow their clansmen to stay in contact with the people of the mortal world. Chu Kangwa? Isn't this the name of the ancestor of the Chu family? Song Shuhang muttered. If one were to look at this huge box without taking into account the words my dear friend, they would probably think that someone was sending over a coffin as a threat. Since it's a package for the ancestor of the Chu family, it's better to let the people of the Chu family take care of it, Song Shuhang thought to himself. Thereupon, he stretched out one hand and grabbed the express delivery box while placing Sima Jiang on his free shoulder, heading toward the place his body was. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Fellow Daoist Phoenix Slayer, take this van off me. I can't muster my strength while in this position. True Monarch White Crane's voice echoed from the rear. Song Shuhang. Right at this time, another voice echoed from behind. Senior, wait a moment. It was Su Wenshu. At this time, his lonely boat finally managed to catch up. From afar, he saw that this young Master Phoenix Slayer was carrying the express delivery box in one hand and that little brother on his other shoulder. Therefore, he got worried for Sima Jiang and called out. Song Shuhang controlled young Master Phoenix Slayer's body and moved toward the edge of the vehicle. Then, he used his foot to gently overturn the express delivery vehicle once more, freeing True Monarch White Crane, who was pressed below. Soon after, he turned his head around and saw Su Wenqiu leaping down from his lonely boat. What an elegant and cool scholar! Su Wenqiu was wearing a scholar's cap on his head, a scholarly robe on his body, and had a jade sword hanging around his waist. This was precisely how Song Shuhang wanted to look in the future. After seeing his clothes, Song Shuhang's favorable impression of Su Wenqiu immediately increased by 10 points. I'm White Cloud Academy's Jade Sword Scholar Su Wenqiu. Nice to meet you, seniors. Su Wenqiu courteously greeted them. It felt as though a scholar from ancient times had traveled through time and appeared right before their eyes. The nearby True Monarch White Crane, who was currently patting the dust off its clothes, interjected after hearing these words, White Cloud Academy's Su Wenqiu. Oh, I remember you. You're True Monarch Eternal Fire's only son, right? But wasn't your Dao name Saber-Carrying Scholar? The corner of Su Wenqiu's mouth twitched as he said, Senior, that's just a nickname other fellow Taoists gave me as a joke. My real Dao name is Jade Sword Scholar. So that's how it was. However, I feel that your nickname is way cooler than your Dao name, True Monarch White Crane said while nodding. The corner of Su Wenqiu's mouth twitched again. After hearing Su Wenqiu's criminal name, Saber-Carrying Scholar, Song Shuhang's favorable impression of him increased by another 10 points. Since his mood was quite good, he asked, Fellow Daoist Su, is something the matter? Cough, Senior. It's like this, the little brother you're carrying on your shoulder is someone I brought here by mistake. We were careless and barged into the place you seniors were having a get-together. All the blame lies with me. Therefore, I hope you won't blame that little brother for what happened, Su Wenqiu said cautiously. Song Shuhang was dumbfounded, and 3 seconds later, he smiled and said, Fellow Daoist Su, you misunderstood. We don't want to do anything bad to little Jiang. Moreover, I've met little Jiang several times in the past. After seeing that he was unconscious, I decided to bring him to a safe place and check his physical condition. This little brother is actually an acquaintance of yours? After hearing this much, Su Wenqiu heaved a sigh of relief. He was relieved that his mistake hadn't brought a disaster upon that little brother. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. After discovering that Sima Jiang wasn't in trouble, Su Wenqiu's attention shifted to that lineup of hand-guided tractors as well as to those seniors that were still carrying out their modifications. Su Wenqiu really liked to modify cars and race with others. Therefore, he found something like modifying hand-guided tractors quite interesting. At the same time, when he gazed at that lineup of hand-guided tractors, he recalled the content of his father's call, soon, the world of cultivators will have a competition with very special vehicles. Is it possible that the vehicles they were talking about were precisely hand-guided tractors? Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Very soon, Su Wenqiu found out that his guess was correct. His father, True Monarch Eternal Fire, made a long trip and descended to an empty area next to the grievance settling platform. His father wasn't alone, there were many other senior cultivators with him. For example, the man that wanted to rule all the seas, True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon. For example, the world-famous Venerable Tornado who reached the 7th stage realm 50 years ago. For example, the all-mysterious Daoist priest Southern Lake. According to the rumors, he had a close relationship with the ancient heavenly city. And for example, the man who had merged lightning-type techniques with his swordsmanship, creating his own unique style, Sword Monarch Blue Sky, and so on, and so on. All those that came over were illustrious people in the world of cultivators. All these seniors either came here to act as referees or to spectate the hand-guided tractor competition. Some others received Venerable White's invitation and came here to participate directly. True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon was one of them. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. At the same time, there were several illustrious seniors amongst the people modifying the hand-guided tractors too. Let's introduce these seniors that had come here from afar as guests. For example, that senior that was currently playing with a Peking East was the renowned true monarch Yellow Mountain. For example, that Daoist priest that was silently mounting all kinds of frightening weapons on his hand-guided tractor was the talented true monarch Ancient Lake Temple. For example, that baboon was the famous thrice reckless Mad Saber. It was a surprise discovering that Senior Thrice Reckless was an enlightened baboon. After going back, it could boast about its deeds to his fellow baboons. For example, that muscular, stout man with silky hair flying upward was the talented Dharma King creation formed the Warring Buddha sect. Eh? Wait a moment, there seems to be something wrong with this description. Dharma King creation and silky hair flying upward were in the same sentence. At this time, Song Shuhang was staring at Dharma King creation's new silky hair. Song Shuhang remembered very clearly that when the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group were fighting the blood demon, Dharma King creation turned into a bald Super Saiyang after he used the Warring Buddha's true body. After the transformation, Dharma King creation lost all his hair. But now, his head was once again full of shining pitch black hair. When did Senior Creation's hair grow up? Was this the work of a magical technique? A magical technique that can allow the user to regrow their hair. After thinking up to his point, Song Shuhang's eyes immediately lit up. After the end of the hand-guided tractor competition, he had to beg Senior Creation to teach him this fabulous magical technique. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Time flew, and the sun started to set. But on a certain coastal area of China, in a sparsely inhabited land, there were more than 1,000 very diverse people. These were all cultivators that had heard about the first hand-guided tractor competition ever and had thus decided to come here to take a look. The main reason why so many people gathered here in such a short amount of time was that illustrious senior cultivators were invited here as referees or adjudicators. These seniors were people with a certain prestige in their sects. Therefore, a lot of their disciples passed on the news. As a consequence, friends, senior or junior brothers, senior or junior sisters, and so on gathered together, becoming the crowd of spectators. Moreover, the disciples of the Chu family that were helping the seniors modifying their hand-guided tractors earlier also came over and became part of the crowd. Song Shuhang's body, the unconscious Sima Jiang, as well as that huge express delivery box were also somewhere here in the coastal area. Right at this time, Venerable Spirit Butterfly and Venerable White appeared in the airspace of the competition area. The duo was very satisfied with the racetrack they had created. They were sure that the fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group would have a beautiful and everlasting memory of this event. Fellow Daoist Tornado, when the competition starts, we'll have to trouble you with firing off the starting pistol, Venerable White said to Venerable Tornado. It'll be my honor. Venerable Tornado nodded. Back in those days, when he had yet to advance to the 7th stage realm, Venerable Tornado was known as True Monarch Ultimate Flaunting Tempest, abbreviated to True Monarch Flaunting Tempest. Venerable Tornado had many friends and was a benevolent person. However, he really liked to show off. Therefore, he was surely going to love doing something like firing off the starting pistol and be the center of the attention. Moreover, Venerable Tornado decided to take a different approach from the usuals. On your marks. Ready. Go, to start the competition. The formula he wanted to use today was, on your marks. Ready. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Go. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Song Shuhang arrived next to his hand-guided tractor full of confidence. This lag of 3 seconds wasn't enough to stop him. The referee was surely going to fire the starting pistol within 2 seconds after saying on your marks. Ready. In other words, he could order the tractor to move forward while the referee was shouting ready. And 3 seconds later, he would finally shot forward. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 36, Hello fellow Taoists watching from home, I'm Su Clan 7. Chapter 36, Hello fellow Taoists watching from home, I'm Su Clan 7. Translator, Stardew 5T Editor, Karisu. In the sky, white clouds appeared and gathered. These clouds were a trendy flight-type magical treasure in the world of cultivators. Since ancient times, clouds had always been a very practical disguise. People in ancient times sometimes saw immortals riding clouds. Most of them were actually careless cultivators who forgot to use some sort of invisibility spell when they were flying, causing them to be accidentally seen by ordinary people. Of course, because of some reasons, there were also cultivators who intentionally showed themselves to ordinary people to complete certain tasks. At this moment, the audience, consisting of cultivators, including the disciples of the Chu family, climbed onto the cloud-shaped flying magical treasures. They were planning to watch the hand-guided tractor competition from there. There were also some seniors who were acting as referees. They would use their own flying swords or personal flying-type magical treasures to follow the participants closely. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. In the sky, Venerable White was hosting the opening of the competition. Participants, attention please. The first hand-guided tractor competition of the world of cultivators is about to begin. That's the legendary Senior White. The handsome Senior White is just like in the rumors. Anyone who glances at him would be unable to take their eyes off him. If you want me to marry him immediately, there wouldn't be a problem at all, a female cultivator said bashfully with both hands on her face. Should we pay respects to him? I heard that Senior White's blessings are rather effective. Hey, when did you start carrying an incense burner with you wherever you go? It's a must. We are cultivators, so regardless of what matters we have to attend to, we need to make ample preparations beforehand. After I heard that this hand-guided tractor competition was hosted by Venerable White, I secretly brought this incense burner along. Su Wenshu shot a glance at the nearby fellow Taoists and was at a loss for words. For some reason, he felt that these fellow Taoists had really gone all out. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. After Venerable White's voice resounded, the fairy maidens, Daoist priests, great masters, and scholars of the 9 provinces #1 group, as well as a few of Venerable White's friends such as True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon, got off their hand-guided tractors. Every fairy maiden, Daoist priest, great master, scholar, and monster held onto a hand crank. Thereafter, these elegant and graceful fairy maidens, Daoist priests, and virtuous monks went to the front of their tractors. Then, they proficiently pressed the lever down, inserting the crank inside. And after that, they used their strength to rotate it. On the clouds in the sky, there were already several fellow Taoists whose faces went red from stifling their laughter. Forgive them for laughing even at the smallest things, but when they saw a group of seniors bending forward with their butts sticking out and holding onto the crank tightly while using all their might to turn it, the visual impact was just too strong. In reality, it was clearly a very ordinary scene of people operating the tractor, but because of the identity of the people cranking the tractors, the entire scene became very amusing. How embarrassing! Why can't the hand-cranking function to start the hand-guided tractor be changed, said Northern River's loose cultivator who started the tractor after much difficulty. I agree with Northern River. I agree with Northern River +1. I agree with Northern River +2. All of you are too naive, because Senior White mentioned before, cranking the tractor is where the fun lies, and it's the essence of a hand-guided tractor itself, said True Monarch White Crane. Just as the seniors were talking amongst themselves, Venerable White descended from the sky. Thereafter, he took out a hand-guided tractor from his spatial equipment and proficiently cranked the tractor, starting it. Dharma King Creation asked, Senior White, you're also joining the competition? No, I won't be joining, replied Venerable White. The main reason Venerable White organized the hand-guided tractor competition was that he himself really liked to play with this special vehicle. It was a pity that as the organizer of the competition and creator of the racetrack, it would be unfair if he joined the competition. Hence, he could only take part in the competition using a different status to get a kick out of it. I will follow you lot in the capacity of a referee. At the same time, I want to prevent any life-threatening situations from happening during the competition, said Venerable White. All the fellow Taoists nodded their heads. Also, I hope that everyone will put their best efforts into the competition, exhibiting all of your power. As he was speaking, Venerable White pointed to the sky. An 8-trigram formation was quietly rotating there. In the middle of the formation, there was an enormous mirror. It was recording everything that was going on below, storing it within the 8-trigram formation. That's the Daily Cultivator's information collecting formation, right? Northern River's loose cultivator's face went stiff. Venerable White nodded. Yes, this is the first hand-guided tractor competition of the world of cultivators. Hence, I contacted the Daily Cultivator and got them to help us record and broadcast the whole competition live. Therefore, you guys must give your all. Dharma King Creation. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said, in other words, both the scenes of us standing in line and frantically cranking the tractors were fully recorded and broadcasted live to the entire world of cultivators. Fairy Dongfang's face stiffened. Northern River's loose cultivator asked, am I still in time to withdraw from the competition? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber went silent. A moment later, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber faced the information collecting formation and shouted loudly, hello fellow Taoists watching from home, I'm Spirit River Sioux Clan 7, my vehicle number is 38. Everyone, please remember me and support me. Song Shuhang spurted out. So did Northern River's loose cultivator. As well as True Monarch Yellow Mountain. And the rest of the fellow Taoists of the group. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Cave Lord Snow Wolf silently took out a business card from his clothes and gave it to Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. Brother Thrice Reckless, this is the business card of Medicine Master's disciple, Riverly Purple Mist. I think you'll need it after the competition is over. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber took the business card and took a look. Thereafter, he burst out laughing. Don't you worry, nothing will happen to me. I won't need it. The corners of Cave Lord Snow Wolf's mouth twitched. Brother Thrice Reckless, where is all your self-confidence coming from? Can I also have a bit of whatever you're smoking? In the sky, the main referee, Venerable Spirit Butterfly, looked at his lovely daughter Soft Feather and said in a grave tone, in that case, let the competition officially begin. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. The fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces #1 group as well as some of Venerable White's friends he invited got onto their tractors. Song Shuhang similarly controlled young Master Phoenix Slayer's body and climbed onto the hand-guided tractor number 44. Next, all he had to do was to wait for the referee in charge of firing the starter pistol, Venerable Tornado, to call out, on your marks. Ready! At that time, he would immediately set off with the hand-guided tractor. Deep breaths. He was Song Shuhang after all, how could he lose because of a mere 3-second delay? On your marks. Venerable Tornado raised his starting pistol up high. At this moment, all the participants and the spectators were focusing on him. This beautiful feeling of being in the limelight, both awesome and showy. Venerable Tornado loved it. Ready! Venerable Tornado shouted. All the fellow Taoists grabbed onto the hand-guided tractor with both hands, trying their best to gather their mental energy. Now is the time. At this moment, Song Shuhang ordered young Master Phoenix Slayer's body to move the tractor forward. 3 seconds later, hand-guided tractor number 44 would set out. Now, he only had to wait for Venerable Tornado to fire the gun. 0.3 seconds later. Venerable Tornado continued to raise the starting pistol up high, yet he did not switch the safety off. His mouth slightly opened and said a really odd number, 1. What? Song Shuhang was completely dumbfounded. Why is it a number? At this time, shouldn't he be firing the gun? 2. Venerable Tornado continued not to harbor the intention of firing the gun. Fire the gun, or else 3 seconds will be up and I would rush forward. 3. Venerable Tornado continued. It's already 3 should be enough, right? Because he was a cultivator, the speed at which Venerable Tornado read the numbers was slightly faster. Despite counting to 3, it took him only 2 seconds. Coupled with the fact that there was some delay earlier, in total he took 2.3 seconds. There's still time for him to fire the gun now. I have a 3-second delay. If he fires the gun now, I can start the race the moment the gun is fired. However, Venerable Tornado did not fire the gun, his mouth opened slightly to say, 4. Song Shuhang took a deep breath through his nose. If he were to count, wouldn't 1, 2, 3 suffice? Why did he have to say 4? If it wasn't a 1, 2, 3, then how many numbers does Venerable Tornado have to count before firing the gun? He can't possibly want to count to 10, right? This was practically out of the standard procedure. Not good, 3 seconds are almost up. Quick, fire the gun! Referee, fire the gun! There is no time left. But what caused Song Shuhang to feel despair was that Venerable Tornado still did not fire the gun. He uttered a sound that made Song Shuhang's liver hurt. 5. Song Shuhang's eyes immediately teared up. The 3 seconds were up. Because of the earlier prompt, young Master Phoenix Slayer's hands grabbed onto the steering wheel of the hand-guided tractor tightly and began a series of actions to activate it. Rumble, rumble, rumble tilde. The hand-guided tractor made rumbling sounds. Quick, stop! The competition hasn't started, there's still time to stop now. But what was regrettable was that even if he wanted to stop, the command would only have an effect on young Master Phoenix Slayer's body 3 seconds later. Hence, under the focused attention of the audience, under the lenses of information collecting formation, under the astonished gaze of the fellow participants next to him as well as the referee Venerable Tornado. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Young Master Phoenix Slayer's hand-guided tractor frantically charged forward, the speed was extremely high. From the looks of it, young Master Phoenix Slayer had set up a formation on the vehicle that increased its speed at least 10 times. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said, "Eh? Referee Venerable Tornado had already fired the gun?" Northern River's Loose Cultivator replied, "I don't think so." You didn't see that Senior Venerable Tornado was also stupefied? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber replied, "Then why did young Master Phoenix Slayer charge forward so suddenly?" Dharma King Creation added, "He probably went crazy. You know his race, sometimes, they get very nervous." "However, we're gonna just let him charge out just like that?" asked Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. Just as the fellow Taoists were talking amongst themselves, Venerable White stood up and aimed his hand at young Master Phoenix Slayer's hand-guided tractor. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter for 37, choose, either place amongst the first 10 or go for a 1-month trip into space. Chapter for 37, choose, either place amongst the first 10 or go for a 1-month trip into space. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Kurisu. Just as True Monarch Yellow Mountain and the other fellow Taoists were wondering as to which method would Venerable White use to punish young Master Phoenix Slayer for jumping the gun, Venerable White blinked his eyes in puzzlement. "Eh?" After a short moment, Venerable White muttered to himself, "Oh. I see. So that's how it was." The nearby participants were all baffled. Next, Venerable White made his move. He stretched his hand out and made a grabbing motion toward young Master Phoenix Slayer. Under Venerable White's will, the spiritual energy of the world converged together and formed a big hand that grabbed young Master Phoenix Slayer's hand-guided tractor. The tractor was unable to resist the big hand and was quickly pulled to Venerable White's side. Young Master Phoenix Slayer seemed to have been scared out of his wits too and didn't react, but 3 seconds later, he called out in alarm, "R tilde." Northern River's Loose Cultivator said in puzzlement, "Weird, young Master Phoenix Slayer is acting strangely today." Fellow Daoist Northern River, you also feel this way? It almost feels as though young Master Phoenix Slayer has become a different person, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said. True Monarch Yellow Mountain slightly raised his brows. There was indeed something strange going on. Young Master Phoenix Slayer's reaction time seemed strangely slow. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Just as the fellow Taoists were discussing, Venerable White pulled both the tractor and young Master Phoenix Slayer to his side. He didn't put the hand-guided tractor down. Instead, he left it hovering midair. Just as the fellow Taoists were confused and were wondering what was happening, Venerable White glanced at young Master Phoenix Slayer, who was on the hand-guided tractor, and faintly smiled, saying, "Little friend Shu Hang." The surrounding members of the group were confused. It was obviously young Master Phoenix Slayer. Why was Senior White calling him little friend Shu Hang? Song Shu Hang's consciousness panicked. F***CK, did Senior White discover that I was cheating and helping young Master Phoenix Slayer in secret? This damned young Master Phoenix Slayer. At first, Song Shu Hang thought that his secret technique was incredible. But he didn't expect that other than having this lag of 3 seconds, it would take Venerable White only a glance to discern the truth. Wait, it's not the time to complain about young Master Phoenix Slayer. If the nearby seniors were to discover that he and young Master Phoenix Slayer were cheating and he was participating in the competition in his stead, the consequences might be unimaginable. What should I do now? At this time, he couldn't absolutely say something like, "Day? Senior White, how did you know that it was me?" Moreover, there was an agreement between him and young Master Phoenix Slayer. He would replace young Master Phoenix Slayer and participate in the hand-guided tractor competition in his stead, while young Master Phoenix Slayer would help him get rid of those guys that were secretly monitoring him. It was a fair exchange between the two. Although they agreed on this matter in a hurry, an agreement was still an agreement. It was improper to casually go back on one's word. Such being the case, should I try to play dumb? It was the best idea Song Shu Hang could come up with within these few seconds. Therefore, after maintaining his shocked expression for 3 seconds, young Master Phoenix Slayer made a hollow laugh and said, "Ha ha ha, Senior White, what are you saying? I'm clearly Phoenix Slayer." The corner of Venerable White's mouth rose as he said, "Shu Hang, it seems you aren't planning to confess." It seemed that playing dumb wasn't going to work. The nearby seniors of the 9 Provinces #1 group had pensive looks on their faces, especially True Monarch Yellow Mountain. Then, as though he had thought of something, the corner of his mouth likewise rose, turning into an evil smile. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Song Shu Hang knew that his plan failed and that feigning ignorance was useless. At this time, he had no other choice, he could only tell the truth and hope to receive a lighter punishment. "Senior Phoenix Slayer, I did my best," Song Shu Hang thought to himself. Due to the lag, 3 seconds would pass between the thought of confessing and the actual action. But right at this time, Venerable White gently smiled and said, "In that case, I'll treat you as though you were young Master Phoenix Slayer." Next, he placed the hand-guided tractor number 44 on the ground. Eh? Did Venerable White compromise? Song Shu Hang was extremely confused at this time. There are 2 options now. Venerable White stretched out his finger and said to young Master Phoenix Slayer, "First, you'll give your all in the competition and place amongst the, let's make it first 10. If you manage to place amongst the first 10, no matter if your little friend Song Shu Hang or young Master Phoenix Slayer, I'll overlook this matter." First 10? Although there are only 50 or so seniors participating in the competition, I have this damnable lag of 3 seconds holding me back. Let alone the first 10, I'm not even sure if I can place in the last 10. As though he had read the look in young Master Phoenix Slayer's eyes, Venerable White continued and stretched out his other finger. "If you fail to place amongst the first 10, I'll prepare a month's worth of fasting pills and send you into space, making you stay there for a month." This is the second option. Song Shu Hang's consciousness trembled. What a fearsome possibility. 1 month in space. Even if he liked the vast space, being sent there alone for a whole month with a disposable flying sword would make him go crazy. However, it was fine. Song Shu Hang wasn't afraid of this space trip. After all, the one that would be sent to space would be young Master Phoenix Slayer. Of course, he would still try his best to place amongst the first 10. But if he were to fail, no one could blame him. Therefore, try your best in the competition, Venerable White said. 3 seconds later, young Master Phoenix Slayer patted his chest and guaranteed, "Senior White, that's a given. I'll surely try my best." Good. Venerable White nodded satisfied. Such being the case, let's make a fresh start. Fellow Deo's Tornado, we'll rely on you again to commence the competition. But this time, don't bother with that 1, 2, 3, for after saying already. Venerable Tornado made a hollow laugh and said, ha ha ha, no problem. Venerable White smiled and returned to his own hand-guided tractor. Then, as though he had remembered something, he turned his head around and said to young Master Phoenix Slayer, right, I didn't explain it clearly earlier. If you fail to place amongst the first 10, the one I'll send to space is little friend Song Shu Hang. That you was pointing precisely at you, Shu Hang, and not to young Master Phoenix Slayer. Crack! Little friend Song Shu Hang's consciousness immediately petrified. He thought that the one that would be sent into space would be young Master Phoenix Slayer. He didn't think that he himself would be the victim. No. I absolutely don't want to go into space for 1 month. No way. 3 seconds later, flames of war started to burn in young Master Phoenix Slayer's eyes. He would surely place amongst the first 10 in this hand-guided tractor competition. He had to fight with all his might. No, that wasn't enough. He had to burst forth all his latent capacity. No matter what method he had to use, he had to place within the first 10. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Venerable Tornado raised the pistol toward the sky once more and said loudly, on your marks. Ready. All the people that were planning to participate in the competition prepared themselves. They were all waiting for Venerable Tornado to fire the starting pistol. But Venerable Tornado slightly opened his mouth and said, 1. He was worthy of the name of Venerable's flaunting Tornado. He was someone that really liked to show off. He was one of those people that would die if they couldn't show off a bit. Anyway, this was the first hand-guided tractor competition of the world of cultivators. Therefore, he had to make sure to let everyone know who was the best at showing off. If he couldn't say 1, 2, 3, for in Chinese, he could simply say it in English. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, also sounded very cool. Bang tilde? In the next moment, Venerable Tornado felt something drilling beneath his feet. Then, his body turned into a small tornado and coiled toward the sky. Tilde Venerable Tornado called out pitifully. Although he was also a Venerable White surprise attack caught him off guard. Therefore, he was also sent into the sky. Given his strength, he could have stopped coiling toward the sky when he was halfway. However, he didn't. Because while he was coiling toward the sky, the eyes of all the spectators were fixed on him, their attention was completely centralized on his body. This was simply perfect, it actually allowed him to steal the show. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Venerable White forcefully took over Venerable Tornado's duty as the referee and said, the competition can start. In the next moment, the hand-guided tractors of the participants rushed forward at full speed. Rumble, rumble, rumble tilde. Next to 60 hand-guided tractors started out at the same time while emitting black smoke and sprinting forward at a speed that could put to shame all the racing cars of the world. At this time, the one in the lead was the hand-guided tractor number 44. In other words, young Master Phoenix Slayer. Song Shu Hang had used once again that starting pistol formula. After all, Venerable White urged Venerable Tornado not to use 1, 2, 3, and so on anymore. Therefore, as soon as Venerable Tornado said ready, Song Shu Hang gave the command to start off the tractor to young Master Phoenix Slayer's body. But what Song Shu Hang hadn't expected was that Venerable Tornado would start using 1, 2, 3 instead of 1, 2, 3. I'm done for. I'm about to jump the gun once more, Song Shu Hang thought to himself. But life was beautiful precisely because it was unpredictable and ever-changing. Venerable Tornado suddenly shot up toward the sky. Venerable White took his place and gave the order to start the competition. The luckiest thing was that as soon as Venerable White shouted the competition can start, the order that Song Shu Hang gave 3 seconds earlier was finally executed. Thereupon, young Master Phoenix Slayer's body executed a series of quick actions, and the hand-guided tractor number 44 instantly dashed forward, taking the lead. Damn it! He unexpectedly stole my position. The first position is mine. I'll take the first place and offer it as a present to my beloved Senior White. True Monarch White Crane bellowed. Thereupon, it stretched out its hand and patted on the edge of the seat. In the next moment, something that resembled a rocket popped out from the rear of the hand-guided tractor number 40. Rumble, rumble, rumble. True Monarch White Crane's hand-guided tractor immediately accelerated and quickly closed the distance between itself and Song Shuhang. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Hee, that puny white crane unexpectedly started to act up. Time to give it a lesson. The corner of True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple's mouth rose, revealing a cold smile. He stretched out his hand and poked on the steering wheel of the tractor, making a red button appear. In the next moment, he pressed the button. That modified Scud missile in the open container behind the tractor locked the hand-guided tractor number 40 that belonged to True Monarch White Crane. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The missile soared into the sky, heading toward True Monarch White Crane. The first hand-guided tractor competition of the world of cultivators had already reached the climax 2 seconds after its start. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 38, Intense Fighting. Chapter 38, Intense Fighting. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. The Scud missile soared into the sky, and its volume increased by several times while midair. Afterward, it shot toward the hand-guided tractor number 40, which belonged to True Monarch White Crane. Ahead, just as it was about to catch up with the first place, young Master Phoenix Slayer, True Monarch White Crane had a sudden premonition and turned its head around, looking behind. Immediately after, it saw a huge Scud missile heading toward itself. Hee, fellow Daoist Ancient Lake Temple is really impatient. Did you really think that I didn't take precautions when I saw you mount that huge missile on your vehicle? True Monarch White Crane said complacently. Soon after, it gently stretched out its hand and threw an iron plate directly above its head. Boom! In midair, mist suddenly rose, and the small iron plate turned into another hand-guided tractor number 40. On the driver's seat was a dummy True Monarch White Crane, operating the tractor and looking very lifelike. It was a decoy that had taken the shape of the hand-guided tractor number 40. No matter if we were talking about the aura, size, or other properties that could be detected only through modern equipment such as electromagnetic waves and temperature, they were all the same as the real True Monarch White Crane. In the air, that Scud missile was disoriented by the decoy, ending up blasting against it. The remaining power of the explosion spread in the surrounding area and affected the upcoming hand-guided tractors in the rear. This allowed True Monarch White Crane and young Master Phoenix Slayer to increase the distance between them and the group in the rear. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Hello to all the people watching from home, the live broadcast of the first hand-guided tractor competition of the world of cultivators. I'm everyone's good friend, the host of the Daily Cultivator on the site, Jiang Shan. This session of the hand-guided tractor competition is held by the illustrious Venerable White and Venerable Spirit Butterfly, and Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman helped to arrange the racetrack. According to our information, the racetrack is both exciting and dangerous. It will be absolutely an unforgetting memory. The competition has finally started. It's worthy of being the first hand-guided tractor competition ever. It reached the climax as soon as it started. As everyone can see, that man spinning in the sky is the referee in charge of starting the competition, Venerable Tornado. It seems that Venerable Tornado used his own body instead of the firing pistol to start this competition. His professionalism is worthy of note. The person in charge of starting the soon-to-come flying sword competition should use him as an example. Jiang Shan immediately lost 100 points in the eyes of the cultivator in charge of starting the flying sword competition. The competition has started, and as you can see, the hand-guided tractor number 44 has taken the lead. The contestant driving the tractor is the handsome young Master Phoenix Slayer. Young Master Phoenix Slayer is an intellectual and outstanding person, and is loved by all female cultivators. Behind young Master Phoenix Slayer is the contestant number 40, True Monarch White Crane. At this time, it is closely following behind young Master Phoenix Slayer, trying to overtake him. Due to its race, True Monarch White Crane has many male and female admirers in the world of cultivators. The racing battle between these two good-looking and extremely popular contestants is exciting to the point of making one's blood boil. Eh? What's that? A Scud missile. In the rear, the contestant number 6, True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple, shot a missile toward True Monarch White Crane. Although the competition has been going on only for a few seconds, the contestants are already brimming with fighting intent. Marvelous! True Monarch White Crane used a decoy to block the incoming Scud missile. Currently, there is only the distance of half a tractor between it and young Master Phoenix Slayer. True Monarch White Crane might overtake young Master Phoenix Slayer as soon as I'm done with my speech. Oh? Wait a minute, what's that? Boom, boom, boom. Powerful explosions echoed. It seemed that True Monarch White Crane's hand-guided tractor passed over something, and in the next instant, without any delay, that something suddenly exploded. True Monarch White Crane's vehicle was protected by a powerful defensive formation. Therefore, the explosion didn't damage his tractor. However, the explosion pushed the hand-guided tractor upward, sending it flying into the sky for a small amount of time. True Monarch White Crane managed to stabilize its hand-guided tractor with much difficulty thanks to its powerful constitution. Oh, a landmine! To be precise, a modified landmine that doesn't have any delay while detonating. If a hand-guided tractor passes over it, it will immediately explode, and the power of the explosion will turn into a strong shock wave. True Monarch White Crane just won the lottery. This is just the beginning of the racetrack, and we've already met something as exciting as a landmine. This really makes one curious as to what kind of interesting things will be ahead. True Monarch White Crane wasted a lot of time to stabilize its vehicle. Whiz, whiz, whiz tilde. As a consequence, several hand-guided tractors brushed past True Monarch White Crane. That is truly regrettable. Although it was only half the length of a vehicle away from overtaking young Master Phoenix Slayer, True Monarch White Crane carelessly bumped into a landmine and went from the second position to the 49th, almost ending up last. Scholar Brewing Wine, who is currently 50th, is also about to catch up to it. Damn it, my name is Drunken Moon. Drunken Moon! The so-called Scholar Brewing Wine stuck out his head and roared toward the 8 trigram information collecting formation in the sky. Unfortunately, his voice didn't make it that far and wasn't able to reach the formation. Scholar Drunken Wine waved his hand toward the camera. He seems rather excited. It is possible that Scholar Drunken Star is preparing a big move. Bastard! He actually got my down name wrong twice within one sentence. It was on purpose, right? Fatty Jiangshan, I'll not let you off. Scholar Drunken XXX clenched his teeth in anger. However, he was indeed going to use a big move. The reason he stayed in the rear and didn't rush forward at high speed was that he was looking for the right opportunity to catch up with two guys. One was the baboon version thrice reckless Mad Saber, and the other was True Monarch White Crane. One embraced him while naked and they traveled together for a long time. This made him lose a lot of face. The other was the criminal that sent the gift. Actually, there was also Venerable White. But if he wanted to deal with Venerable White, he needed favorable timing, geographical, and human conditions. Therefore, it was not the time for it. Without the proper conditions, Scholar Drunken Moon didn't even dare to think about dealing with Venerable White. Otherwise, who knew what kind of unfortunate things might suddenly happen to him? We got sidetracked. The most important thing was that True Monarch White Crane was finally before his eyes. Scholar Drunken XXX coldly smiled and patted on his hand-guided tractor. Immediately after, a huge drill popped out from the front of his tractor. The drill started to revolve crazily, and countless chains of runes fused with it, emitting the radiance that specifically belonged to magical treasures. No one doubted that a hand-guided tractor would turn into a sieve if hit by this drill. White Crane, get a taste of my Mad Lightning Dragon drill. Scholar Drunken XXX bellowed and accelerated his hand-guided tractor number 13, dashing toward True Monarch White Crane. Eh? Why is Scholar Tyrannical King trying to deal with me? True Monarch White Crane called out. Scholar Tyrannical King? He, it's all useless, die. If you manage to survive my Mad Lightning Dragon drill, we can be good friends again. Scholar Drunken Moon roared. No, absolutely not. I must become the winner of this hand-guided tractor competition. True Monarch White Crane's eyes started to tear up. Then, it controlled its hand-guided tractor and activated those 2 rockets in the open container in the rear at full power. After giving you a taste of the Mad Lightning Dragon drill, I'll also steal your first place. Scholar Drunken Moon roared. Go to hell. My hand-guided tractor would be completely destroyed if it were to bump into your electric drill. True Monarch White Crane shouted. Moreover, the one that embraced you while naked and flew off with you was thrice reckless. Why are you trying to deal with me? He. Thrice reckless, enough chit-chat. I'll thoroughly drill both of you. Scholar Drunken Moon howled. Just in this fashion, the hand-guided tractors number 40 and 13 tried to catch up to each other. The scene was very lively. Although we couldn't hear what Scholar Cold Moon and True Monarch White Crane were talking about due to the distance, it seems that Scholar Cold Star wants to use his drill to drill through True Monarch White Crane. But True Monarch White Crane refused to accept its fate. Both are trying to catch up to each other, and their speed is extremely quick. Although the 2 are currently in the last positions, there is still hope for them to catch up with the fellow Taoists in the front if they keep going all out. Let's hope that both will obtain a good ranking. Now, let's shift the camera to the front once again. Eh? A sword light suddenly flashed in the front. Which fellow Taoist won the lottery this time? Let's pull the camera a bit closer. Oh, now we can see clearly. It's a pretty girl, let me see. This is the contestant number 22, Spirit Butterfly Island Soft Feather. She's Venerable Spirit Butterfly's beloved daughter, and she doesn't have a boyfriend. Single male cultivators might try their best to woo, eh? For some reason, as soon as he said the word woo, the live broadcaster of the Daily Cultivator, Jiang Shan, felt cold air blow on his neck. Cough, cough. Anyway, it seems that Miss Softfeather activated a trap and was sent back to the starting point together with her tractor. However, the competition has just started, and she still has an opportunity to come on top. Let's give her our best wishes. In the sky, Softfeather had a depressed expression on her face. She carelessly activated a trap and couldn't even react when she started coiling and shot up into the sky with her tractor, returning to the starting point. Although the coiling flight feature was very fun, she was competing at this time. She was delighted as she overtook Senior Creation and Senior Fallout, but right after, she was suddenly sent flying. She was very unwilling to accept her fate. Damn it, I'll surely make a comeback. Softfeather shouted. Even if she was returning to the starting point, she would try to fight for the first places. After wishing good luck to Miss Softfeather, let's shift the camera toward the first positions. There is currently a fierce battle going on for the first place. Contestant number 44, Young Master Phoenix Slayer, was lucky and is still in the first place with a small advantage over the others. However, there is someone in the rear that is already trying to overtake him. It's the contestant number 5, True Monarch Yellow Mountain. As soon as Jiang Shan mentioned the Dao name True Monarch Yellow Mountain, amongst the spectators on the clouds, the eyes of a dog brightly lit up. Woof, now is the time. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 39, Softfeather with tears streaming down her face. Chapter for 39, Softfeather with tears streaming down her face. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. On the live broadcast, the host kept gasping with admiration. True Monarch Yellow Mountain isn't an established senior for nothing. Earlier, he didn't carelessly increase the speed of his hand-guided tractor. He modified his tractor by perfectly merging cultivation and scientific elements. From the start up until now, his speed has always been stable, and this stable and steady pace allowed him to overtake several other fellow Taoists. Song Shuhang shot a glance at True Monarch Yellow Mountain, who almost caught up to him and forced a smile, saying, "Senior Yellow Mountain, didn't you say that you were going to participate only for fun?" Since he was participating for fun, he should be happy by just participating. Why was he putting in so much effort and even fighting for the first place? Song Shuhang absolutely had to place within the first 10. If True Monarch Yellow Mountain were to suddenly get serious and fight for the first 10 places as well, it would be very troublesome for him. Hee, what can I say? I didn't expect that your modifying skills would be so bad. I casually modified my hand-guided tractor, and I'm merely participating for fun, and yet, I was able to surpass so many of you guys. True Monarch Yellow Mountain laughed out loud. At this time, Song Shuhang felt the aura of a big and sinister school bully spread from True Monarch Yellow Mountain's body. It was particularly annoying, and it made others feel like punching him in the face. Anyway, good luck, little friend Shuhang. Keep going and you might still place amongst the first 10. In the meantime, I'll take my leave. True Monarch Yellow Mountain laughed and grabbed the steering wheel of the tractor tightly. Next, he steadily and firmly surpassed Song Shuhang's hand-guided tractor number 44 by half the length of a vehicle while continuously shaking along with his own tractor. True Monarch Yellow Mountain is worthy of his name. What a steady and flawless performance. Now, let's congratulate the contestant number 5, True Monarch Yellow Mountain, for temporarily taking the lead in the hand-guided tractor competition, eh? It seems someone is shouting. The sound is very large. Wait, it seems to be a song. Is one of the spectators cheering for the contestants? In that case, let's try to catch the sound with the speakers. Soon after, a crisp and melodious voice was transmitted from the 8 trigram information collecting formation to the whole world of cultivators. The fragrance of blooming flower baskets tilde hear this song of mine tilde come to the great yellow mountain tilde it's a beautiful place with beautiful sceneries tilde there are crops everywhere tilde with a stupid yellow mountain all over the place tilde. Dudu's song of the stupid yellow mountain shook the entire world. The host, Jiang Shan, was dumbstruck. PFFF? On the cloud-shaped magical treasures, the majority of the spectators almost burst out in laughter. Those that weren't able to understand what was going on had a confused expression on their face, for example the disciples of the Chu family. They couldn't understand why the seniors around were holding their laughter back. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. True Monarch Yellow Mountain's expression darkened. He had been careless and forgot to mute Dudu earlier, giving him an opportunity to create trouble. Maybe he should really prepare some dog meat hot pot this evening. Next, True Monarch Yellow Mountain activated a sealing technique and roared, muting technique. On the clouds, the collar of a lovely Pekingese shone slightly. Soon after, the lovely Pekingese was unable to use human language again and could only bark. However, a ray of wisdom flashed through the dog eyes of the Pekingese. Stupid Yellow Mountain, you're too naive. The same skill won't work twice on me. Dudu calmly moved away, revealing a huge loudspeaker and a music player hidden beneath his body. Then, he stretched out his claw and pressed on the music player. The fragrance of blooming flower baskets tilde hear this song of mine tilde. The world-shaking song of the stupid Yellow Mountain played once more. The song was light-hearted and with a simple tune. It had terse lyrics and was very good to read aloud. Moreover, all these cultivators, unless they practiced some special technique, had good memory. They could keep this light-hearted song in mind after hearing it only once and hum it immediately after. If they were to hear it a second time, they could even sing it in its entirety. As if that wasn't enough, the song of the stupid Yellow Mountain was rather catchy. After hearing it once, the people on the scene unconsciously got carried away by the tune, and some of them even started to hum some of the lines. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Cut, quickly cut off this part. The anxious voice of the host, Jiang Shan, was transmitted from the live broadcast, however, it was too late. From the looks of it, all the cultivators of the world would know about that song of the stupid Yellow Mountain by tomorrow. Dudu. True Monarch Yellow Mountain bellowed and couldn't endure it anymore. He patted on his tractor with his hand. In the next moment, the hand-guided tractor number 5 rose into the sky while emitting tons of black smoke. He was planning to catch up to Dudu and butcher him. Woof woof! Dudu barked at True Monarch Yellow Mountain with a complacent look on his face. He didn't bother running away, because he knew that he couldn't run away from True Monarch Yellow Mountain. Even the Windfire wheels that he could use to quickly escape was something that True Monarch Yellow Mountain manufactured for him. Therefore, he really had no chance of escaping and bravely waited for True Monarch Yellow Mountain to come and catch him. At this time, Dudu felt that the sentence Soft Feather said back then was very correct: we are not children anymore. Of course we need to be responsible for every action we make. Dudu felt that he had discovered an important truth and was thus fearless. Even if True Monarch Yellow Mountain were to mute him for a whole year, he wouldn't have any regret in this dog life of his. True Monarch Yellow Mountain crushed the music player to smithereens and grabbed Dudu, throwing him on the edge of the hand-guided tractor. Woof woof! Dudu raised his head and barked at True Monarch Yellow Mountain. If you want to torture or beat me, go ahead. I don't fear death. The corner of True Monarch Yellow Mountain's mouth twitched. Then, he operated his hand-guided tractor and rumbled away from the place where the competition was held, disappearing at the horizon. Along the way, True Monarch Yellow Mountain stayed silent and didn't utter a word. After a long time, he gently said, "Dudu." His tone was very gentle and kind. However, Dudu suddenly trembled. "Without me even noticing, you've grown so big. When I first brought you home, you were of the size of a palm at most," True Monarch Yellow Mountain said while filled with emotion. "Time surely flies. Question mark. Dudu. All children are bound to grow up." True Monarch Yellow Mountain lowered his head and glanced at Dudu. They will leave their parents and search for a companion to pass their life with, creating their own family. Dudu was baffled. Has stupid Yellow Mountain gone mad? True Monarch Yellow Mountain faintly smiled and said in a gentle tone, "Therefore, I think that it's time for you to find a husband as well, Dudu." Dudu. Wait a moment. Stupid Yellow Mountain, aren't you making a mistake? Dudu anxiously barked, "Woof woof 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 woof." Dudu was a male Pekingese monster dog. Why did Yellow Mountain want him to find a husband? Is it possible that I'm a female Pekingese and stupid Yellow Mountain raised me as though I was a male up until now? After thinking this much, Dudu raised his hind leg and shot a look at the place where his little Dudu was supposed to be. This doesn't seem to be the case. I'm really a male Pekingese. Therefore, Dudu was dumbstruck. True Monarch Yellow Mountain smiled and stretched out his hand, gently patting Dudu's head. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The tractor emitted black smoke and carried the dumbfounded Dudu away, disappearing without traces. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Well, hello, everyone. Something unexpected happened during the competition. 5 seconds ago, True Monarch Yellow Mountain, who managed to overtake young Master Phoenix Slayer and take the first place, left the competition due to personal matters, getting disqualified. Therefore, the lucky young Master Phoenix Slayer is still in the first place. He still has a small advantage over the fellow Taoists behind. Song Shuhang. Should I thank Dudu this time? If Dudu hadn't disregarded his safety and sought death so blatantly, taking True Monarch Yellow Mountain away in the process, Song Shuhang wouldn't have been able to stay in the lead. Dudu, I'll pray for you, Song Shuhang said gratefully. Then, he operated his hand-guided tractor and increased his speed, rushing forward faster and faster. He wouldn't waste this opportunity that Dudu had given him at the cost of his life. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Just as Song Shuhang was sighing with emotion, a sword light brushed past him with a whiz, overtaking him and flying ahead of him. What's that thing? Song Shuhang opened his eyes wide. Eh? That thing just now was a sword light. So fast. That speed was simply shocking. Which fellow Daoist won the lottery this time? Let's pull the camera a bit closer. Let's take a look, Day. It's unexpectedly her. Inside the sword light was wrapped a girl with long legs and pitch black hair, sitting on the hand-guided tractor number 22. It's Spirit Butterfly Island's Soft Feather. Earlier, she returned to the starting point after she activated a trap. However, she didn't give up and kept driving, and not long after, she activated another trap. Her hand-guided tractor number 22 soared into the sky once more, but this time, it didn't return to the starting point. Instead, it quickly dashed forward, leaving behind all the other contestants and directly overtaking young Master Phoenix Slayer's hand-guided tractor number 44. Sometimes, misfortune can also be a blessing in disguise. Congratulations to Miss Softfeather for taking the lead in this session of the hand-guided tractor competition. Softfeather had no idea what was going on at this time. She blinked a few times and wondered, am I first? This feeling of being first was quite good. She really liked being first. Softfeather grabbed the steering wheel of the hand-guided tractor and joyfully laughed. She had to seize the opportunity and speed forward, putting as much distance as possible between her and the other contestants in the rear and heading toward the finishing line. Her objective was to get first place in the first session of the hand-guided tractor competition. Let's go! Softfeather said cheerfully. The hand-guided tractor number 22 quickly sprinted forward. Next, she felt the vehicle faintly shake, and a zero-gravity feeling followed immediately after. The corner of her mouth twitched. She was too familiar with this feeling, because it was her second time experiencing it within a short amount of time. Then, amidst Softfeather's screams, her hand-guided tractor soared into the sky due to the coiling flight feature, and after reaching a certain height, Softfeather and her hand-guided tractor number 22 flew toward the starting point once more. Softfeather? At this time, she had tears streaming down her face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 40, Our Thrice Reckless Mad Saber's Fear. Chapter for 40, Our Thrice Reckless Mad Saber's Fear. Translator, Stardew 5T Editor, Karisu. Softfeather is really lucky, she flew right in front of me in an instant, young Master Phoenix Slayer Edition, Song Shuhang thought to himself. In the next moment, he saw Softfeather getting shrouded by the sword light again before seeing her fly behind him, back to the starting point amidst screams. Song Shuhang was speechless. Was Softfeather's luck good or bad? In short, I've got to be very careful. I have a lag of 3 seconds, so I need to keep my eyes open. If I see something strange, I have to prepare in advance to, Song Shuhang was thinking about trying to detect danger in advance so that he could give directions to his body 3 seconds earlier. However, little did he expect that a trap would suddenly activate in front of him. What brought him despair was that the trap could actually move around. It was running to and fro on a designated area of the racetrack. It was running randomly, left, right, above, and below without a fixed pattern. There was no way to predict its movements. Let alone the 3 seconds delay, Song Shuhang wouldn't be able to avoid this trap even if his body were to listen to him right away. The hand-guided tractor number 44 had fallen right into the trap. It was too late to do anything. Afterward, Song Shuhang felt himself spiraling up into the sky. The hand-guided tractor and his body were frantically spinning. He was very giddy and uncomfortable at this time. After this, am I going to fly right back to the starting point? Song Shuhang's face was filled with tears. However, after coiling to a certain height, it did not seem like Song Shuhang was going to be sent straight to the starting point. The spiraling movement accelerated, making Song Shuhang's have an even worse dizzy spell. His head was very dizzy, and felt like vomiting. This was a trap that forced a timeout. Once you fell into it, you'd be spinning in the air for 10 seconds. In a competition subject to rapid changes, 10 seconds were a lot. Whoosh! The seniors surpassed Song Shuhang 1 by 1. In the blink of an eye, Song Shuhang dropped from the first place to the 47th. Some seniors even warmly waved at Song Shuhang before overtaking him. For example, the baboon version senior Thrice Reckless said, "Shuhang, keep spinning, you have already become quite a view on the racetrack." Then, Senior Thrice Reckless happily overtook Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang inhaled deeply through his nose. He felt that the first 10 places of the hand-guided competition were bidding him farewell, while the 1-month trip into space was warmly welcoming him. No, I don't want to go into space for 1 month or anything of the sort. My miserable summer vacation has already unfolded on a magnificent scale, including the mysterious island, getting hugged to death, battling on the grievance settling platform, getting plotted against by that mister, and now the hand-guided tractor competition. I am already very satisfied. Please, let me spend the remaining 1 month in peace. I want to go to a resort island to bask in the sun while drinking some delicious beverages and enjoying my life on the beach. I don't want to go into space. It's 1 month's worth of time, and I am only a little cultivator of the second stage, not a senior of the group. I can still use the fasting pills to settle hunger and thirst, but how am I to use the toilet? In the environment without gravity, pee will float randomly in all directions, right? What if it flies towards my face? Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Little friend Shuhang, if you have the time, come to our Warring Buddha sect and be a guest, Dharma King Creation said as he brushed past Song Shuhang with a head full of elegant, silky hair. Dharma King Creation was another senior that was participating just for fun. At the moment, it was a crucial period for him to break through his current realm and get promoted to the 6th stage True Monarch. Therefore, although he was interested in Senior White's ruins from the previous era, he didn't really have the time to explore it. Also, things like ruins weren't a one-time thing. If he had no opportunity to explore them this time, he would have another the next time. The only thing was that his gains might not be as good as those of his fellow Taoists who entered first. When he brushed past Song Shuhang, Dharma King Creation's phone started ringing. Dharma King Creation swiped across his phone and saw that it was Su Clan 7. Eh? Fellow Daoist 7? Dharma King Creation smiled and picked up the phone, saying, Fellow Daoist 7, what's up? Speaking of which, I am currently taking part in a hand-guided tractor competition. It's very interesting. I think it's your loss for not participating. I know. On the other end of the line, Su Clan 7's tone was rather dark. I am watching the live broadcast. Ha ha ha, are you regretting not joining? Dharma King Creation asked again. You sound off. Did something happen? I'm very off, just like a volcano that is about to erupt. Su Clan 7 clenched his teeth and said, the 3 elders of the Su Clan suddenly called me and cursed at me. Why? Asked Dharma King Creation. They scolded me for being stupid and dressing up as a baboon while taking part in the hand-guided tractor competition. I supposedly even called out in the live broadcast, saying that I was Spirit River Su Clan 7 and that I had the hand-guided tractor number 38 and whatnot. Our Spirit River Su Clan is utterly embarrassed. Right now, I want to know just one damn thing, who is that baboon? Su Clan 7 was about to go mad. Dharma King Creation snickered. He, who else do you think it is? I knew it was him, that cheap bastard, Thrice Reckless. Su Clan 7 gritted his teeth. Ha 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 ha. Dharma King Creation laughed out loud. The sound of teeth grinding could be heard from Su Clan 7's side. He said hatefully, Fellow Daoist, can you help me teach Thrice Reckless a lesson? No, I'm a merciful monk, said Dharma King Creation. He really admired Thrice Reckless, especially whenever he courted disaster with all his might. Dharma King Creation had always been rather cheerful in those moments. The clear weather after snowfall. Su Clan 7 said as he clenched his teeth. I can let you enjoy the authentic clear weather after snowfall for 3 months, you can even make a copy of it. The authentic clear weather after snowfall? Why is it in the hands of the Su Clan? Is there someone there who enjoys calligraphy? Don't waste it and directly sell it to me, Dharma King Creation exclaimed, even though he practiced extremely brute and fierce battle techniques such as the Warring Buddha's true body. Dharma King Creation was a famous calligrapher, considered a genius by China's Calligraphy Association. Get lost. Su Clan 7 said hatefully. At most, I can lend it to you for 5 months to enjoy it, just help me get back at Thrice Reckless. Deal. Dharma King Creation happily agreed. With thrice reckless ways of courting death, he should have died a long time ago. So, let me subdue monsters and eliminate demons, purifying heaven and earth. I am watching the live broadcast. If you do it well, I can lend it to you for an additional month. Su-Clan 7 tried to entice him. No problem, leave it to me. Dharma King Creation patted his chest reassuringly. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. After ending the call with Su-Clan 7, Dharma King Creation swiped on his phone and made another phone call. Very soon, the call was connected and thrice reckless Mad Saber's laughter was heard. Fellow Daoist Creation, what's up? Wahahaha, don't tell me you want me to help you? At this moment, thrice reckless Mad Saber was at the front of the hand-guided tractor competition. He was vying for the first position, contending with True Monarch Fallout, Cave Lord Snow Wolf, Northern River's Loose Cultivator and True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon. Actually, I suddenly remembered about an important piece of information and wanted to tell you about it. Dharma King Creation laughed. If you have something to say, then tell me quickly. We are still in the midst of a competition, said thrice reckless Mad Saber. Not long ago, Shen Nu Sect Senior Skylark came to the Warring Buddha sect as a guest. Thereafter, when we were chatting, we suddenly talked about you, fellow Daoist thrice reckless. She said that the way you caught death is rather interesting. Hence, next month, she would go to your immortal cave and stay there as a guest for a period of time. Dharma King Creation laughed and continued, even though I am a monk, I envy you. Senior Skylark is so beautiful and pretty, and she wants to be a guest at your place once again. For all you know, you and her might end up together. Thrice reckless Mad Saber's entire body started shaking. At this moment, Thrice Reckless suddenly recalled that several years ago, he was horrifyingly tormented for a year and 4 months by O Big Senior, whose eyes were as beautiful and dazzling as the moon in the night sky. Indeed, that beautiful Big Senior was Shen Nu Sect Skylark. She was at the peak of the 7th stage Spirit Venerable realm with only a thin line separating her from the 8th stage Profound stage realm. This was a person that was truly a Big Senior, and she came from the same era as the other Big Senior of the group, Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. No. Thrice reckless Mad Saber subconsciously screamed. Pitiful thrice reckless mind was in chaos. Since his mind was in chaos, he was unable to concentrate fully on the competition. He couldn't even control his vehicle, and in a moment of carelessness, his tractor brushed against Northern River's Loose Cultivator's tractor number 19. Thrice reckless, what are you doing? Northern River's Loose Cultivator's angry voice was heard. Bang! Thrice reckless vehicle collided with Northern River's Loose Cultivator's tractor and both started swaying from side to side. Just as they were swaying, they got overtaken by contestant number 4 True Monarch Fallout, contestant number 15 Cave Lord Snow Wolf, and contestant number 56 True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon. Thrice reckless, you're courting death. Northern River's Loose Cultivator said angrily. He patted his hand-guided tractor, and in the next moment, 4 sharp rams suddenly appeared on top of its 4 wheels. Things like drills and rams were quite popular among the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group. In the next moment, Northern River's Loose Cultivator controlled his tractor and used all his power to collide into thrice reckless Mad Saber's hand-guided tractor. Thrice reckless Mad Saber shouted, "Don't do that, old Northern River, listen to my explanation, it was not on purpose." "There is no need for explanations, take my victory rams," shouted Northern River's Loose Cultivator. Doonty tilde? Bang, bang, bang. The sharp rams collided with thrice reckless Mad Saber's tractor and pressed against thrice reckless defensive formation. Sparks flew. He. Dharma King Creation was very satisfied as he put his phone away. He casually operated his hand-guided tractor and charged ahead at a fast speed. It's about time to deal Brother Thrice Reckless a deadly strike. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible.